Well. Hello, my little beauties, and welcome to today's live stream with me, David Connolly, the web developer extraordinaire. It's very nice to have you here. And today it's live coding day. Now, I wasn't going to keep these things going because it's a bit of a strange old form of entertainment. Who in their right mind would want to watch some guy coding for about 6 or 7 hours? Well, you know what? It helps me. It keeps me focused and motivated. And besides, I haven't really got any video tutorials going up, at least anytime soon. I've got a lot on just now. So this is a nice little way of touching base, and you're very welcome. It's good to have you here, you know. So today I'm going to be doing a wee bit of work on the Trongate framework, and it's kind of a transitional time for the Trongate framework. Actually, is it a good day or a bad day? Let me just check. Is it a good day or a bad? It's a bad day. Alright, but hopefully it'll be a good day later on. I'm looking at the GitHub stars, of course. Anyway, yeah, it's kind of a transitional time for Trongate because some of us are predicting. Well, okay. Basically, PHP has been taken over by a committee who appear to be determined to change PHP frequently. It's just the way it is. And so there's a lot of code out there, I mean, on the planet Earth that is no longer working because of new versions and stuff like that. Now, I take the viewpoint that I don't like this type of thing. In fact, quite frankly, I'm thinking about building my own PHP engine at some point. I've probably mentioned that before. That way we can have real stability. But in the meantime, we have to deal with what's coming up and all of this change and everything as best as we can. And the best way of doing that is to just try and stay ahead of what is possibly coming up. So we're now in the business of basically predicting what type of things could happen with PHP, and I'll give you an example of some things that I think, I might be wrong, but I think that these are things that could potentially happen to PHP and could become compulsory, you know. So I'll give you an example. Let's say we take a function like this, get data from DB. It's entirely possible that, by the way, is this theme okay? It looks a bit dark. UX, nice to see you. Welcome. I hope this theme's okay. I'm using PHP Storm here. You know what? I think I'll go to the light theme today. Let's do that, shall we? Let's switch to the light theme. It just seems a bit dark, you know? Right, how do we do this? That's the question. That is the question. Alright, here we go. Find action. I'll just type in light theme. No. Right, settings. Where on earth is settings? File. No. No. Ah, it has to be down here. Let's have a look. Oh, Germany. Is this it up top right? IDE project settings. Ah, there it is. Okay, so let's see if we can sort out the theme, because it is a bit dark. Here we go. Oh, well, that's an interesting theme. High contrast. It's okay. I think I'm going to go with light, though. Yeah, let's just go with light for a change. I think it's better for avoiding eye strain, you know. Okay, so this shall be the theme. Now, as I was saying, I think that PHP is going to be changing soon. So if we look at, and again, I apologize, I'm still navigating my way around this. But let's suppose we say something like, get offset, or let's see, what have we got here? Okay, here's a good one, right? Get data from DB. So what I think you're going to see with PHP moving forward, now PHP can already do this, but I'm formally predicting that what I'm about to show you here is going to soon become compulsory. And let's see if I'm right. So the first thing that you're going to see is that. So this is called type hinting. It's where we declare what variable type the arguments should be. So in this case, we're saying it should be an integer. By the way, I'm not an expert at this stuff. I'm still learning it. The next thing that I think we're going to see is called return types. This is where we declare what types of things could be returned from this. So the way you do that is you do a colon, and you can see that this returns an array. So we would say array. However, that is not necessarily correct, because, well, if you look closely, it can also just do a die statement, which means not return. And the way that you would handle that is, I think you would do a question mark here, but I'm not entirely sure. Again, I'm learning it. Now, if I go to the top here, you can see I've got a little generate PHP doc, and you can see that's just generated this here. So these are called doc blocks or doc comments, something of that nature. And the way that these work is at the top you write a description. So fetches record from the database, something like that, you know. And again, we're declaring the inbound parameters. In this case, it's an ID. We're declaring what gets returned. Now, do you remember I did question mark array? That might have been wrong. I'm going to just check in with the employee of the month, actually. Give me a second. Could you please correct this code by replacing with the correct return types? Okay, so here we go. Well, that's saying array, but ChatGPT is wrong. So let's say you can see from the function that it's possible and normal, acceptable for the function to return nothing. Therefore, there are two possible return types. With this in mind, can you try again? Alright, so this time they're saying array, a little pipe symbol, and null. And that is exactly what the docs here are saying that were generated. So I did it wrong. So it would be that, an array, a little pipe symbol, or null. Now I'm going to ask one other question. Just out of curiosity, this question mark null, was I onto something there? Was I? Oops. Hold on. Alright. Would this have been correct? Yes, that's correct. So the question mark symbol before array indicates that the function can return either an array or null. This is a shorthand way of expressing a union type of array null. So there you go, folks. I hope I haven't confused the living daylights out of you. If it makes you feel any better, I am completely confused about this. In fact, I sent a message to Simon last night and I says, look, I'm going to use PHP Storm for a while because I don't feel confident about any of this stuff and I'd rather just have it automatically generated, you know. Now, by the way, one of the benefits of doing this, of doing all of these comments and stuff, is that on certain text editors and IDEs, when you hover over a function, like this for example, you can see that we get a little description of what it does, what it expects, and so on. And apparently it makes web development easier. It's one of the reasons why people like to do this. Now, I don't like to do this. I think it's a step backwards, actually. I mean, it basically turns PHP syntax into C syntax or C++ syntax, and I don't like it. I think it's utterly stupid, actually. But nevertheless, my prediction is that this is where we're going. And I said to a friend recently, you know, I'll just keep that, doesn't do any harm. I said to a friend just the other day on the phone, I said, give me a PHP function called say hello, where you accept an argument of name and it's going to echo name. And on the phone he described this. He's a guy who used to work for me, and it was basically that. Now, he hasn't done PHP for at least commercially for quite a long time. And I said, well, that's fine, but what if I told you that it's actually like this? So we take in a string of name, we return void, actually, that's what you would say. Then you have to do those crazy dot comments that look like this, and yes, that was one space that I indented. So you have to do that, and then, oh geez, I think it's that. Oh no, it's not. See, even when I'm well intentioned, so that's it. Displays a greeting with a person's name or something like that. So you would do that. Then you would say, I'm still trying to learn this. You'd say params is a string of name, and then and I messed it up. You can see the problems here, right? It's kind of ridiculous. So we say params are name. We say, I think it's return. Yep. So what this thing returns is nothing at all. I think we say null. Again, I'm not sure. And if you want to make yourself really confused, the name of the person here, you can chuck in comments here. Nothing gets returned, whatever. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. It's slow, and I messed that up. But this is what they're doing to PHP, and I don't like it. In fact, I even did that wrong, because they like this down on this line, don't they? Oh, and another thing, forgive me. They need public, private, or detected as well. They like that. So have a look at how simple and beautiful that is. And then have a look at that. And you tell me which one looks the easiest to work with. You tell me. And it's Ahoy to Christian. Oh, that's for VS Code. VS Code looks excellent, and Simon was good enough to give me an introduction to it. But the areas where I'm weak on is this stuff here, and I need something that will really help with that, and also just helping me to fix bugs. This thing is brutal. I mean, look at the warnings that have appeared here. Look at this. Okay, they're actually okay, but take for example this. It appears to have found an error here somewhere. This is why I'm switching to PHP Storm. So what's it saying here? Do not detect duplicates of this size. I don't know what it's referring to. Let me just see what it does. Well, look at that. So what happened here? This is insane. So this text editor has looked at a file and it has realized that this code here appears in other modules. So there it is in guitars, for example. So this is tasks on the left, here's guitars. Do you see how the code is the same? And so the IDE is saying, hang on a minute, you keep on repeating this code everywhere. And now, it just so happens that I'm okay with that, but it's kind of interesting. I suppose I could do something with that, but I'm not gonna. Anyway, you can see it's really, really strict, you know. And it's ahoy to Carl, ahoy to Carl, nice to see you, nice to see you. You're so welcome. Shall we do a wee bit of work? Let me ask your opinion here on the poll, actually. Tell me what you think. Let's write this one in. What do you think of the modern coding style? I suppose the word is strict. And what I mean by that is type hinting. I mean return types, doc comments, or whatever they're called. Let's say I like it, I do not like it. Let's do I'm not sure. So as always, please add your comments and elaborate, help me out. Let me know what you think. Remember folks, we currently have a top 12 PHP frameworks, not top 10 if you count a couple of micros. I think we're top 12 based on GitHub stars. And what you say here and how you vote, it absolutely affects the framework. So your voice matters. You get to shape the web development revolution right here. So please do comment and let me know. And we'll see how you feel about it. I'm all over the place. I don't know what to make of it, to be honest. By the look of things, it looks like we have a hung parliament. I'm seeing 50-50 here. I suppose the question was a little bit vague. Anyway. Christian says, PHP Storm is a great IDE, but it's heavy for new beginners of it. It takes a long time to learn, and they love Symfony and Laravel, that's for sure. I had to do a wee bit of configuration to get it away from that. In case you're wondering, it turns out that the way that I code is called the K&R style. There's a book, a famous book, called The C Programming Language, and on YouTube there's somebody who reads it start to finish. But it's a book that came out, I think, in the 70s. I'm not entirely sure. And the guy who wrote that book, and I believe that he might have been the guy who invented C, but he wrote in that style. So I don't care about styles too much, but you see this one here? That's how they write code. Actually, it's not, because yeah, they write code like that for Symfony. I don't know the name of it, but that style of coding here, that is the K and R coding style, and it's the style that came out in that book, Learn C. And I have tons of books in here. I could show you them, and some of them are pretty hardcore books, and they code in this style. In fact, I'll show you one of them. So this is just one of many. This here. I wonder if I can bring the old screen up. So that, look, I'm having another perfect hair day. Ah, it's so good. Anyway, this is what we used to have to do back in the day. And from start to finish, this one, I tell a lie, it doesn't use that style. I'm looking at the syntax, you'll never see it. No, that uses the braces on the next line style. That's a surprise. But I know that the Sam's one, I can see over there, Learn PHP, MySQL and Apache in 24 hours. That uses my own, yes, I'm calling it my style. I'll call it that. So why change, you know? Do what makes you feel good, as always. We'll leave this question up here for a minute. It looks like we've got a kind of mixed response. Okay. Christian there says, the nice thing with dot blocks is that when we use Trongate and get IntelliSense, you get info about the functions when hovering, blah, blah, blah. Excellent. God bless you. God bless you. All right. We appreciate the feedback. We appreciate it. I am going to do a little bit of work. So what I'm working on today, and some of you who are members of the channel will know this, I've been working on a, what do you call it? A content management system. So if I go like this, here we go again, and submit. It takes us here, and this is our editor. Now I'm planning on launching this hopefully next week, maybe the week after, I don't know. But the idea is we can add things like headlines and so on. Some of you are sick looking at this. We've got what you see is what you get editors. We can align. We can change the tags quite easily. We can even do things like this, go into the code and say things like color orange, for example. And you'll see that that has changed the thing to orange. So this is what I'm working on. Of course, we've got bold, italic. I wrote every single line of this. There are no third-party libraries here, apart from Font Awesome. But I've got a friend who writes font icons and who's made his own icon set, and I'm going to have a word with him. So maybe we won't even use Font Awesome. But you can see we've got a docking bay. I can move it to the left. Here it is on the right. I can move it along the top, and that will be remembered. I could log off, go on holiday, come back, and it will remember that. We can also switch to code view like that. And we can edit the code in any way that you like. And we can do other things. I like the dock on the left, by the way, so that would be over here. So we can do other things. For example, we can add in a YouTube video. The idea is you add in a video ID and then you hit submit. It says, is this okay? And you say, yeah, and there's your video. Now that's a little bug there. There's a few wee bugs, you know. And that's basically how it works. Oh, you can also do things, of course, like add lists in. Do you see that? Links. Maybe. You know. I don't like that autocomplete. That's an error. So that's going to be my first little tweak of the day. And here we go. I'm going to keep PHP Storm on just to see how we get on with it. So let's begin. Let the coding begin, and may the coding be good. Now this thing that you're looking at is going to be part of the framework. And this is in the file textmanager.js. Oh, thank you. Hawk says this looks awesome. Thank you. Well, keep it quiet because I'm planning a wee launch at some point and I want to surprise people with it. I am going to be giving it away for free, of course. And I have a few other wee tricks that I'm going to be adding to it that I really hope people like, you know. It's a time of change for Trongate, but change in a good way. And we remain, of course, completely committed to V1 forever, as much as we possibly can. So let me look for this target so enter target, where is it? URL here. There it is. So I'm going to get rid of the autocomplete. So I think the way that we do that is we say set attribute. I'm going to say autocomplete, and then I'll just say off. I'll save it. Now you can see that this is doing an annoying thing here where it suggests that, and I don't want that. So I'm going to, oh, by the way, here's how you save a page. You hit save. Isn't that beautiful? Alright. So I've done a hard reload, and I'm going to do one of those links again. So let's take this part here. You can see that our buttons are working. All of this is working. All of it was made by me with a little help from ChatGPT, actually. Here's our link. Now I'll do this just a normal link. There it is. Now I'm going to just save again, and it probably won't work because I'm in this edit mode here. So what you would do with that is you could go back to the admin panel, and when you click in, you've got the option view the page as a normal visitor or view in edit mode. You get the idea, okay? Anyway, enough of this garbage. I'm going to now start actually working on something. And the thing that I want to get working is the buttons. In fact, today, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, and listen to the confidence in my voice. Today I'm going to get all three of these working. All three of them. But it's going to be a wee bit boring, but I'll do the best I can. Now, here's our buttons thing. Okay? And I'm just making sure we've got no... do you see the autocomplete? That's a problem. So I want to find that and do something about it. So that would probably be on button manager. There's a whole lot of JavaScript here. Now, let's have a look here. Okay, now I'm going to just do that. Interesting. No autocomplete. But we do have one there. I wonder why that happened. Strange. Actually, I'm really curious about this. Alright, tell you what, let's not take any chances. We're just going to go right in here, and we're going to say button input field, set attribute. It's going to be auto complete off like that. And then we'll do that for the other one downstairs here. So we're looking for the bit that says enter URL and all of that stuff. And again, we're just going to go like that. Okay, so let's save and refresh. So if we look at the add button feature, now I'm clicking, you miserable swine. Can you believe that? All right. I had the wrong one. That's what it was. So it would be here. Okay, let me just make sure I got that right. I'm going to look for placeholder. Let's do this for all of these things, right? So there you go, button input field, blah, 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 blah. Underneath placeholder, that's where we're chucking it. So autocomplete, right? That should be us. Thank you very much indeed. And here we go again. So adding a button, clicking, and hallelujah, no more autocomplete. One of the things that I've started doing recently on the advice of a friend is lots of commits. I think it's a good habit, and I'm trying very hard to do that, you know. So let's just say, this is only for myself, this commit thing. When it's finished, I'll upload it, you know. But here I'm just going to say added autocomplete equals off to the button adder pop-up. Again, I'm the only person who'll see that, but I think it's a healthy habit, you know. All right, so moving onwards and upwards, the godfather of speed coding himself is here, the great Daffa. I apologize for last night. I was so down. I don't think I did anything wrong really, or said anything bad intention, but I was somewhat in a state of despair, just because, you know, I'm trying to transition to this other type of coding, and quite frankly I'm supposed to come on and kid on I know what I'm doing, but I am so darn confused by all of this stuff, you know. And it's one of those things, but at the same time, at least, you know, I mean, to go a wee bit Kevin Trudeau on you here, you've heard about the 4 levels of competence. Do any of you know that stuff? It's straight from the Kevin Trudeau school of slightly dodgy teachings. 4 levels of competence. What is it again? The unconscious incompetence, so you don't know that you're not good at something. Conscious incompetence, you know that you're not good. Conscious competence, so you can do something but you have to think about it. And then unconscious competence. Unconscious competence, you're good at something but you don't even have to think about it. Well, as far as those 4 stages of learning go, I think I'm stage 2. I'm consciously incompetent, but I'm trying real hard. That's right, trying real hard. Anyway, that's how that all goes. So let's now add the buttons, and this thing is definitely not working, and I know that some of you are sick looking at it. I'm kind of sick looking at it as well, but let's see if we can figure out what's going wrong with this thing. Alright, now by the way, I don't expect, God bless you Simon, I don't expect anybody to, Simon knows I had some pretty miserable news yesterday, which I'm not really able to talk about right now. But well, somebody once said a day that you're above ground is a good day. So we'll say it was a good day, but it was not the best day yesterday. Let's just say that, you know. We have no secrets here, but we do have certain obligations, and I'm obligated to conduct myself in a responsible manner, which means I'm not really able to come on and start babbling about things that happened, you know. Anyway, what am I talking about? Do you know what I'm talking? I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know. Okay. Alright. So let's now see if we can figure out what's going on with this button thing here. We've got a little old function. Now, by the way, folks, I do not expect anybody to follow these tutorials from start to finish. I can see 1 or 2 have already drifted off. The expectation is that there's really just 3 reasons, or 3 things that I'm hoping to get from this. The first is, I speculate that some of you are working on your own stuff. Coding can be a little bit lonesome, and isn't it good to know that you have a friend? The second thing is, it motivates me. It kind of keeps me going to know that there's, I mean, if I'm on here, I'm not arguing on Twitter, right? And the third thing is, I think it sends a message about the framework is being worked on, and that's a good message, you know. So that is why we do this. If you cannot hang about for the full thing, come back in 5 hours, and I guarantee, well, I don't guarantee, but I hope all of these buttons will be finished. Might not be 100% bug free, but they'll be done, you know. Wait and see. So here we go, and we're looking for insert button. There it is, right there. And here's what insert button does. Now, let's see if we can understand this code. It looks as if it's reading a form. It's reading some form values, and it builds up a text div. You can see it's appending on different things, and then it adds a new element. Now, let's just do a return statement here, which means we're not going to add an element, and we're going to just console.log text div .outer HTML. That doesn't really improve the journey, but it lets me know what's happening. And in case anybody's wondering, well, what are you working on? Look, see when I click code, do you see how I'm not clicking anymore? It's breaking, you see. So I'm trying to fix that. So keep an eye on the console on the left. We're going to add our button and hit submit. And now you can see that we have our code here for the button that's being created, and that gets passed into a thing by the name of add new element. Now, if I do, look at that, that's just beautiful, isn't it? So that's on elementmanager.js. I do like that feature. There's a few things that I don't like though, and that I'm missing. Anyway, so we've got add new page element, and I don't know what any of this does. Not only that, but I don't want to know. But what I am going to do is the following. I'm going to say Trongate pages object active element dot style dot background color equals, let's do a horrible color, lime, and then return. That's what we're going to do, right? So hard reload. Let's add our button again. Okay, so that was educational. You can see that this has made the background go lime, so it thinks, and just to explain how this works, whenever we click on something, the thing that we click on is what I'm calling the active element. So we can now see that the default active element parent is the active element, if you know what I mean. I hope that makes sense. So let's just move on. So what else have we got? I can see something about force add. I can see a little indentation challenge. Alright, that's that fixed. Now, I'm going to look at what this force add is. I have no clue what it means. None at all. So I'll just say force add and then return, right? You'll notice there's not a lot of thinking going on here. I'm just, there you go. So it says true. So what does that mean? You know what? Let's chuck that into the employee of the month. Can this code, which is JavaScript, be improved? I think that can be simplified. Remove. Okay. I had a feeling. What on earth is it doing now? Okay. So instead of all of this garbage, it's giving us, I'll paste it above so we can compare. So it creates a let forSad equals false. It says here, if we don't have any elements on the page, I think it means we're going to add it. I don't know what it means. Intercept add page element. Yep. Okay, so let's take this out. Now that doesn't really do too much, but you can see that we've got a thing here that says button, and that says build insert button modal. And I'm going to hit control and then click, and it shows us exactly where that is. It's on button manager, and I can even click here. Do you see the power of the IDE? Pretty cool, right? So build insert button modal. Let's just console.log build insert button modal working. That's right. Nice and slow, nice and easy. Don't you dare try to think. So here we go. Oh, forSad has already been. Let's have a look at that. Element manager. Where is that? 19 line 7. Alright, okay, so we don't need that line because it has been passed in as an argument, you know. Okay, here we go again. So it says here build insert button modal working. Now I reckon that this thing is probably working just fine. It calls up a little function here called generic build modal, and it's calling up this modal by the name of button modal. Now let me just quickly check something. Okay, that's good. So I just wanted to make sure that modal was listed in the list of things that can be deleted, you know. Like, so if I hit escape, do you see how it disappears? That's because it's included in my list of modals, you know. So in any event, if we jump back and if we do that and that, there it is. Okay, cool. Now, right around here when we hit submit, it's running insert button. I imagine the insert button is down here. Here it is. So it takes all of those input fields here. It closes the modal. So that was the bit we got to. Oh geez, give me a minute, will you? Could you give me a wee second, folks? Hello? Alright, apologies for that. So this is running this add new element thing. Now I'm going to just say console.log add new element working with a value of, so what's the value? Well, we'll chuck in this new element. And again, I don't really need to know what it does. You know, I'm not reading it. I have a funny feeling that I'm not even going to be using any of that stuff. But we'll chuck a wee return statement in here. And then we'll give this another try. So we're going to go like this, and like this. Okay, so never quite worked. I think that is because I had said return here. So let's take that out. In fact, let's take this out. Okay, now I'm gonna refresh. We'll add our button in, and it says add new element working with a value of, and that bothers me. It does the same thing here. Alright, well, let's see if we can do something with that. So it would appear that we've got a thing called target new location. Let me just console.log target new location. I don't know where that's coming from. Gee, pardon me. The target new location is looks like it's empty. Console.log type of target new location. String. Okay, let's try console.log target new location dot length. Now if it says 0, we know that it's an empty string. And it says 0, right? So we clearly must have a thing by the name of target new location. And if, as we hover, you can see that it seems to get a mention. In fact, if I do control and then click, no, here we go. So it got a mention on Trongate pages.js. Here it says var target new location, see that? But this was an old file and I didn't like it because it declares lots of variables and there's a chance of variable pollution. So what I decided to do, and I think it was a good idea, was something like this. Instead of declaring a gazillion variables, instead of doing that, we do this. So what's happening here is we're setting up a JavaScript object, and you see how that says target new location or target new element? We've now made it part of a JavaScript object. Now why in the name of Sam's Hill would you want to do that? Well, the answer is because now if we go to something like this element adder thing, do you see how that's got this switch target new, oh, pardon me, see how this has got this target new element location? Well, we can, I'm just making sure it doesn't change. Yeah, it doesn't really change. So what we can do is we can say Trongate pages object dot target element location. So I'm now referencing that inside of this JavaScript object. The chances of somebody having that name, the chances of variable conflict and all of that are pretty slim, to say the least. Now, right here, we know that we've got a target new element location that's an empty string. That means that it's going to take the default active element parent, which is the page content area, and it's going to append, let's say, join on the new element. Here's a little suggestion. Create missing branches. Nah. We'll just go with that. Okay, so that's what this is going to do. There's no need to say a break statement because break stops the loop. But because it's the last one, we're alright. Now, what I'm going to do next is a little set timeout. I'm still trying to understand how it works, by the way. I'm going to wait 2 seconds. I'm going to say Trongate pages object active element dot style dot let's say dot border is 3 pix red solid. Okay, so let's just try this. So we're gonna go like that, and that. Ah, now that's interesting. Oh, there you go. That's very interesting. Do you see how it's given all of this a red border? Now, I don't know if that's what I wanted to happen. Ah, but another thing. Have a look at this. I just thought of something. See how that's got a black border here? When I click, look, see the black border? I would like to see where that black border's coming from. And I don't know where. Okay. Right, two seconds. Let me look at the CSS. Now, do I have anything here that says active element, anything like that? Don't think so. Okay, oh, active element highlight, that looks like it. Right, okay, so let's just say background color. Let's do a crazy old color here, like coral, you know. So check this out. Hard reload. Never worked. Damn. Okay, wild guess. Active element. Let's try red. No. Okay, now that looks like a wee border radius there. Where is that coming from? Okay, let's just check. Border. It's not that. It's not that. No. Okay, I'm going to search the JavaScript. Find in files. Let's search for border radius. No. Okay. Right, let me look. I'm looking around for something. I'll know what it is when I find it. Add event listener. Is that the one that we need? Maybe not. Let me look at Toolbar Manager. Mouse down. Right. Okay. Right, so what's happening there is when we mouse down, it's attempting to add a toolbar. So let me just try something. Console.log attempt add. I haven't done any coding. I'm following the trail. It's the most... Ah, jeez. What did I just do? Yeah, it's okay. Attempt add toolbar. Right. Let me try this again. Here we go. Refresh. Okay, so I'm going to click attempt add toolbar. Attempt add toolbar. It's all over the place. Now let me try something else. Let me say set timeout. Let's wait like 1 second. And we'll say active element, style, background color. I'll go a horrible lime color again. So if I go like that, active element is not defined. Okay, so Trongate pages object, active element. Here we go again. There you go. So do you see how the active element changes? Now, what we could do is let's add a button. A button? There it is. Oh, give me a break. Give me a minute. Right, here we go. Adding a button. Okay, submit. Give me a wee minute. Okay, let's say ActiveL dot. Right, I know what we'll do. We'll say ActiveL dot class list dot add. I think I had a thing called. I did. I had a thing here called highlight active element. I'm sure of it. Yeah, here it's here. Active L highlight. Now, does that even get called anywhere? Unhighlight element. Oh, look at that. Trongate pages.js. It was in Trongate pages.js. Now I'm going to hit Control and then this. And it shows us that on element adder manager 92. Now that was an old one. Give me a wee minute. Okay. So intercept add page element. I don't know what that's about. I'm as lost as you get. Alright, I'm completely confused. But it's okay. Let's do a little commit before we get too lost. Okay, there's nothing up with that. That's fine. Toolbar manager. We did a wee set time out there. And we don't need that. Okay, so let's just take our toolbar manager thing. Okay, saving that. Now I'm going to do a little commit. Nothing really happened. I'll just call it checkpoint. Alright. So, do you remember we had a thing by the name of highlight element, right? Highlight element. So I'm going to go back to my old text manager because I'm really starting to get a bit confused here. I know where I stand with this one. And what I want to do is look inside this JS folder for highlight element. I want to see where it gets called. So it looks like it gets called on this intercept thing, and it looks like it gets called on Trongate pages.js and on close modal and a few other places. So let me look at this highlight element thing, which well, if I just do control and then that. Okay, so originally this was on Trongate pages.js, but we took it out. So now we're going to bring it back. Alright, so we'll do that. Alright. So, okay, I'm gonna console.log running highlight element. Console.log running unhighlight element. Okay. Running highlight element. Running unhighlight element. Right, okay, so that's doing something. Now, what does highlight element actually do? It adds in a class list of this. So, do you see how that's given us this really faint background color? Let's change that. Let's say background color is red. Interesting. We don't seem to be running highlight element anywhere. Okay, here we go again. I'm clicking. Alright, so the question is, where is that being called? So you can see that it runs on element adder manager. And it's lines 82 or thereabouts. So if we go here, okay, intercept add page element, where does that get called? Okay, it looks like intercept add page element probably doesn't get used. So let's just oh, right, okay, so that's cool. So that's pointless. Add page element. Trongate pages assets. Excuse me. One moment. Okay, element adder manager. I need to check something here. So see how that's saying false, force add is false? By my estimation, that means that this will never ever run. I'm going to run this past the employee of the month. I thought you would say that the following line was not necessary. Oh, right, okay. Okay. Well, that code seems to be okay. So that runs intercept add page element. So what does intercept add page element do? I'm as confused as you get. Alright, it runs highlight element. Okay. Alright, so here's our add element thing. Here's our toolbar manager. Okay, so right here I'm just going to say highlight element. So what this should mean is that if we click on something, active element. Ah, yes. Highlight element. Highlight element. God, I'm talking to myself. Stop mumbling. Who are you talking to anyway? Okay, so that's on Trongate pages.js. Here it is here. Okay, so we say Trongate pages object active element. Here we go. Active element is not defined on 496. Add event listener, highlight element, mouse down. Toolbar manager 476. Okay. Here we go again. There you go. Okay. Okay, so let's find this highlight thing. Alright, crazy color time. So when we do that, okay, cool. Now, that's active element highlight. Let me look at this unhighlight thing. Unhighlight element. Now, where is that being called? Okay, so let me look at I'm as lost as you get. Right, here's our highlight element thing. Okay, employee of the month. Can you give me some JavaScript code that removes the class of that from all elements? Okay. So on highlight element it seems a bit backwards, but we remove that class list. Let's go again. Okay, let's just hit return here because it's causing confusion. Okay. So where is that being called? Element Adder Manager or Toolbar Manager. Might be here. Yeah, so that's an error. That's adding the active element. Yep. So that is what's causing us a wee bit of confusion. Alright. So if we do that, okay, now so it's attempting to open a toolbar. Alright, I think I've got it. I think I've figured this out. If I say set timeout, we'll wait 1 second. Then we'll highlight the thing, right? Watch what happens. So when we click, 1 second goes green. When we click, 1 second goes green. When we click, 1 second goes green. Let's add a YouTube video. So okay, so we're still doing this thing. I'm going to delete the YouTube video, it just caused confusion. But again, here's our first headline, it goes green. Here's our second, it goes green. Now I'm going to add the button in and watch this. Paragraph goes green, headline goes green, that goes green, button does not go green. That's the error. And why does the button not go green? Well, this is what you came here for. It's that. So if we say Trongate pages object dot add editor, and then we go like, so it goes green. Oh, hang on. It's not what I meant. Ah, here it is. See where it says active element equals? We are going to say Trongate pages object active element equals. So now, click that, goes green. Click that, goes green. We add a button in. Click that, goes green. Clicks the button. You miserable thing. 503, it's alright. Okay, here we go again. Adding a button. Okay, clicking that, goes green, clicking that, goes green. Clicking that. There you go. That's what we're talking about. So now it's going to be able to delete that. And there it is. That's the button working. Hallelujah. Thank you very much indeed. Good. So, okay. So we'll get rid of that set timeout in the toolbar manager later on, but let's just now stage all, and we'll say button adder working with crazy set timeout on toolbar manager. Okay. Alright, progress. Now let me just demonstrate how this is going to work. If somebody adds in buttons, let's say like this. So there's some buttons, right? I'm clicking into the buttons. I'm going to go to this code view. Jesus, my link actually worked there. Let me do that again. So here's some buttons. Okay, now I'll add in a wee bit of text as well. A little old headline and another bit of text. Let me click into the buttons. I'm going to hit code view, and from this code view I'll just say style is, let's say, font size 2M. Maybe add in a wee class of text center. So as you can see, I made the buttons giant. Cannot read properties of replace on toggle view. Right, we're going to have to fix that one. So toolbar manager 405. Okay, I'll figure that out in a minute. But in any event, I think that that's a wee bit of progress. Now, and before we crack open the champagne, there's something else that I want to check. Yep. Okay. Alright, so I'm about to do something a wee bit mad. I'm going to look for active element, and I'm going to make it case sensitive, and I'm going to replace with that thing. That will introduce a few mistakes. For sure. And there are the mistakes, right? So now we're going to copy that. Good. So saving and closing. Good. Now we're going to go to the commit thing. Okay. So that's fine. And that is a legitimate correction now. Good. So stage all, changed active L ref to Trongate pages object dot active element. That is actually right. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Okay, and we'll jump back to this thing. There it is. So let's have a wee test of where we are. I'm as confused as you get here, but let's see if we can figure it out. So if we add in a button, go to code view, and we're toggling the code view. And I think that's fine. So now I'm going to get rid of the crazy set timeout. I don't think we need it anymore. Okay, so there's the original highlight active element thing. But again, I don't think we really need this. There it is, so we'll take that out. Save. Have a wee refresh. Okay, so there we are. So to demonstrate the button thing working, we will just hit submit. I'll give myself a wee bit of room. I'll save the page. Jump in here, head to code view, and I'll just say classes text center. Go off of code view. Do you see how the button went centered there? Then I'll go back into code view, and on the button itself, well, you can see that we added in a URL, but we can change that and say something like alert it works off of code view. Now if I click on the button, you see we've got a JavaScript window says it works. We now have complete control over this page. I can even do things like this, H1 color red. So this is me adding style, you miserable thing. Well, maybe this is the way to do that. So I can go style, well, do you know what? I forgot my tags. Style, 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 not script. Alright, so let's just say H1 color red, update page content, and there it is. We changed the style of the headlines by default. So if I do another headline, third headline, look at this, fourth, fifth. You ever wondered what happens if you keep on going? Here's what happens. Pretty cool, isn't it? It's really, really cool. I like it. So that is the buttons now done, and I can remove the button quite easily by clicking and hitting remove now. I'll just do that right now. There you go. The next thing is just to make sure that we're not getting any JavaScript errors. Okay. So there's our new buttons. We can go in. We'll say text center. Let's say style is font size 1.6M. Close the code. See how it's aligned center? So you can do all of that stuff. And then that's us added a divider in here. And of course, we could even, if we wanted to, we could move the buttons. So we could copy that, maybe move it up here. Okay, so that moved the buttons upstairs. Alright, this is a cool content management system. I'm loving it. So I am calling the buttons done. That thing that you saw there, that is not an error on this page. That is an error being caused by LastPass in their Genius. So I'll switch that off. Okay, pretty cool, pretty cool. And check it out, we've got italics and all sorts. Isn't that the coolest? Isn't it the coolest? Oh, hallelujah. Alright. So, pardon me. We're seeing very mixed results on our question of the day. 50% of you like the modern, strict coding style. I don't like it, by the way. But that doesn't mean that I'll necessarily not do it. But 50% of you do like it. 22% do not like it. And 28% are not sure. So 50% of you either don't like it or are not sure, which is significant. And it would certainly be foolish of us to ignore that. Now look at that error. Did you see that? So we're going to have to do something with that. Let's see if that error happens here. Yep, that happens. So we're going to have to do a wee fix to code view, but first let me just chuck in a commit here. And I'll just say that alright. Well, the question is actually, do I fix the friggin' toggle thing? Do we even care? I don't know. I don't know if I can be bothered with it. I think I'll just march on. I can come back to it. So we've now only got one more thing to add, and it's our image uploader. The YouTube one is reasonably cool, has a wee bug or two, but it's acceptable, you know. Definitely got a bug or two actually. Let me take that thing off. Alright. I think I'm going to do the image adder or the image uploader. That'll be this one here. Okay, so that's called build insert image modal. Build insert image modal. Now that's going to go in the image manager here. I'm going to reference the old image manager. I'll use this one to avoid confusion. This is quite a complicated thing. If you look at the amount of code here, it's 400 and odd lines of JavaScript, which I think is quite a lot. So let's copy this. Paste in. Now I'm just making sure I'm looking at for stupid spaces. There we go. Alright. Now again, I want to just look for the active element declarations. I don't think there's any here. Okay, so we should be good. So we're going to refresh. We're going to hit image and it gives us this. Now we've got build image properties form. So here we go. We're looking for build image properties form. Here it is right here. So we copy, head downstairs here, paste in, and I'm just having a wee look. So it's building a form and then it's adding it to the parent element. So when we now hit add image, you can see that we've now got this. Now I've got a thing in here that says describe image. I'm going to take that out. That is a super cool little add-on that's coming up in the future, but not just yet. You can probably guess what it does. Okay. So I just want to get the basic functionality working before I do anything fancy, you know. Alright. There we go. Now, my eagle eye has spotted something. Alright, so we've got this TP image modal thing. Okay. TP image modal. Take that out. Little indentation. Okay. Do you know what? I'm in the wrong frigging file. Hold on. It's here. That's the one I wanted. So do you see this? A, B, C, D. Right, there we go. So the name of this modal here is TP image modal. And all I'm doing is I'm including it in this array here. And by including it in that array, it means that if you go like this, now hold on a minute. That's create page. Oh, right, I've create page element. That's cool. So if I go like that and then hit escape, it clears that, you know. That has to be part of that array in order for that to happen. Forgive me if I'm mumbling. So if we now click on this image thing. Okay, so now we choose an image. So choose IMG file is not defined. Okay. I think we have to think about this. And what the hell is this thing? Is that a Dropbox? That's an image preview container. Okay. So okay, I'm really tempted to build some new stuff here, but I'm not gonna. Let's just keep on going. We'll get the basic functionality before we do anything fancy. For some reason, a lot of the text editors out there charge you for this stuff, you know. They seem to consider the image management as being somehow special, you know. but we're not going to charge. Okay, here we go. So just rebuilding. Good. So I'm able to open up a thing. Let's see if I can get one or two reasonable pictures. Okay. Okay, so instant file preview is not defined. Here it is here. Alright, so there's our image preview. It looks pretty good. There's a thing here that says image properties. Let me do choose an... Oh, look at this. Choose another image is not defined. Okay. Phone's going a bit mad. Okay. So let's chuck this in. Okay. So we'll give this a little old try again. It's the image uploader. We choose an image. I'll go with the... I'm a wee bit short of images here. I'll go with this one now. And then I'll choose another image. Oh, so it just clears it. It just clears it. Well, that's okay. Now we've got an image properties here. Show image properties div does not work. Okay. Okay. Ah, right. So that gives us the ability to add an image caption and a target URL. I think it really should give you the ability to add in a margin and alignment. I reckon we should have that, but for the moment we'll just say here is a caption. I'll add all that later, and I just want the basic thing working, and we'll chuck in a target URL. No, this won't work. TP upload image is not defined. It's pretty complex, this. Now, before I even work on that, let me do something else. So let me add an image. Let me choose an image. Let me do the image properties. Oh, right, so if I click that, see how it's got hide image properties div is not defined. Okay. So off we go again, choosing an image, image properties, hide image properties. Now what happens if we add text in here, then hide? So it keeps on showing us. Okay, what happens if we choose another image? Okay, fair enough. Now do you see how that's got this add image with this little shitty text thing here? I wonder if we can do a bit better than that. So what we're getting there is a modal body with a paragraph with a font size of 1.2 M. Can we do better? No, I think that's just how they work. Right, okay, fine, fine. I just want to keep it consistent, you know? Alright. So choosing an image. So what would be the next thing? Upload image. Alright. So I'm gonna click upload image, and it says target table is not defined. Now that's okay, we know how to fix that, because target table is part of this thing here. So where it says target table, which is somewhere, yep, so that is Trongate pages object dot target table. Same here. There we go. And then okay, so here's our image, we're adding it, and we're going to upload. Progress handler is not defined. Okay, so this is looking for a thing by the name of progress handler. Okay, so we've got these 4 functions together that control how the progress handler works when you update. The progress handler is just this wee bar that tells you the upload progress, you know. So if we go like this, and then upload image, okay. Now image upload API is not defined. Again, we have this as part of our object thing. So let's look that one up. So on line 261, right around here, we say Trongate pages object, then Trongate pages object. Now do you see how that says Trongate pages ID? That is also a part of our object thing here. Okay, here we go. So image, choosing it, opening, we're going to upload. Oh, well, lazy load would be nice too. That would be nice. And you know what would be even better? what would be even better than that would be if I knew what the fuck that meant. Forgive me, I just, you know. Right, okay, so anyway, I think it's safe to say we have a gig. Don't you think it's safe to say we have a... Oh, pardon me, we don't want to shut you down. I think it's safe to say we have a gig, and we're not too far away from having something usable here, you know. Yeah, I actually don't entirely know what lazy loading is, as far as this thing goes at least, or ever. I'm sure I would have looked it up at some point. Yeah. If you could let me know, that would be cool. By all means. Right, now, we know that that's going to ruin the page. Page ruined, okay. So let's see if we can figure out on the image property. I see. Okay. Well, I'm going to, like I say, I have a gazillion things I'm going to be doing to this. I'm going to actually do that chat GPT feature that we were talking about. I want to add an AI element to this. But I think the best vibe is just to get the basic functionality happening first, you know. If that's okay. So I'll just you know, see how far I can get with this garbage. And then that'll be that. So here we are. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hit a return statement here. So what this is going to do is we're going to take our image, and on the console.log it will just tell us where it's being posted to. So if we hit upload, there you go, right? So it says sending post to blah 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 blah. And I'm kind of surprised because I did not want it to actually do the post. But there you go, I said send. Yep, I'm an idiot. So let me jump in here. Let me try that again. No, whatever you're suggesting is probably a cool thing. I'm going to be entirely honest. I don't know what you mean, but I'm sure it'll be cool, whatever it is. Right, there you go. So you can see that this is sending a post request to this URL, Trongate pages image upload. So we are back into the land of PHP. We're going to go to Trongate pages. Here it is here. And we're going to go looking for a thing by the name of image upload. And it just so happens that we don't have it. So we'll find an older one. Here it is here. Okay, I'll copy that. Head up here. And alright, we'll have it here. Now, I am going to be using this kind of bullshitification method, if you know what I mean. So I think we do slash dot dot return, and it just says return void. Okay, fair enough. Something like that. I think that's right. So I don't know what that's doing, but we'll take it out. Whoops. And it's given me a suggestion. Add PHP document. This thing is brutal. I mean, it really, really whoops you in the ass non-stop. So we're getting a warning for something. Undefined variable indent. Now let's have a look at that. Indent. Right, we'll come on to that later on. That's to do with a beautification thing that I'm adding. We can do that later. Let's stick with this thing though. Oh, you miserable thing. Right, see how that's called image upload? I'm going to change that to submit image upload. Okay, then I'm going to go to the image manager. Up here. Now we've got a variable called image upload API that comes in to damn. Okay, I am confused. Give me a wee second here. When I get lost, I'm just going to go back to the old text editor because I kind of know where I stand with this thing, you know. So if we look at our image manager and if we look at this upload image thing, you can see that this is looking at this image upload API. Now I am going to do a search. And there it is right there. So in Trongate pages line 114, here it comes. Okay, so line 14 and it's submit upload image. There it is right there. Okay, so we're gonna refresh. We'll add in this little beauty. We'll hit upload image. Okay, so it's sending a thing to this submit upload or submit image upload. Now I'm still a wee bit nervous, so let me just try something. I'm going to search for image upload. Changing a URL is a serious thing, you know. Okay, I think we got away with it. So what we're doing then is, here's a little API endpoint, and we are going to go into the new API manager. Go like that. Now we're going to add in authorization rules. And then we're going to go like this. So the whole idea here is that everything we're doing is accessible via this API Explorer. That's right. That's it. Flutter versus native. I say native all the way. Flutter versus native. I say Flutter all the way. Yeah, definitely native, because most of the apps that you, unless you're a game developer or something, most of the apps that you build will just be forms, you know. So figure out how to do CRUD, figure out how to draw stuff on a page, and figure out how to do HTTP requests. It cannot be that hard, he says, as if he knows what the heck he's talking about. Anyway. Okay, so we're going to go for this upload image thing. Do we have an upload image? No, we've got submit upload image. Now I'm going to go echo hello DC. Okay, here we go. Right, so you can see that that says hello DC. That means that our endpoint is working. Now, if we refresh this page, do this again, it still says hello DC. I don't really like that. So what we want to do is get this API auth thing working. See how I've added that in? So what that's going to do is well, apparently nothing. Okay, API auth, give me a minute. Oh, don't mess with me. You cannot be serious. So that's saying invalid token, but when we bypass it, it's allowing us. So that's good. I think that our API auth feature does not work, which is a bit of a downer. So Flutter is all the way bad. No, Flutter's good. I don't know much about it. I don't like commenting too much on technologies that I don't really know that much about. I don't know much about it. I just think that, like, I'm looking at it here. What version is it on? Is the first thing I look at. So that's the very first thing I'm looking at when I look at something like this. So fine, let's check it out. Okay, I'm not seeing anything here. Let's try Flutter on GitHub. So the very first thing I'm looking at is the version number. And I honestly have no clue what the version number is for Flutter. But let's see if we can find it. It's got a whole lot of stars. 5,000 issues. Doesn't even really say. Anyway, I'll stand by what I'm saying here, which is that I don't want to get involved in anything that attacks something that I don't know about. I mean, it looks like I don't know, what does that mean? Version 3? I don't know, but I know somebody who uses Flutter and he does some cool stuff, you know. So it could be great. I really don't know. I just take the viewpoint that personally I like native stuff, because I mean it all depends on what you value, you know. Anyway, jeez man, my API auth is not working, and I'm quite annoyed by that. So let me see if I can do something about this. So if I now go like this and then hit submit, you can see that it says hello you. Okay. So we're going to look at this API auth, which is a pretty complex bit of code. And together, let's see if we can figure out what this is doing wrong. I'm seeing a lot of warnings, by the way. Well, fair enough. Right. So I'm going to echo found, and then I'm going to chuck in file path. So it's found the API.json file. It then extracts the rules for the current thing. Okay. Now, we've seen a lot of for each rules here. This one is probably the most important part. I'm going to just echo we are here. So if we do that, it says we are here. So we are inside this big if statement. Now if we echo or even var dump this API rule value thing, it says it's an array. And you can see that it says enable params, you can see that we've got roles and all of that stuff. So that is coming from the API.json file. That's what it looks like. So that's what that is, right? Now, I actually don't know what this next section's doing. In fact, I think I'm going to run this through the employee of the month. Alright, so it's basically just saying going to do a bit of okay. There doesn't seem to be anything in the logic that's gone, so unfortunately I'm going to have to try and figure out what this is doing. So okay, So it looks like we get these target URL segments here. And there's the target URL segments. Trongate pages, submit, image, upload. Where's it getting that from? It's getting it from here. So it breaks that stuff up, right? So then what it does, and we'll have a look, it breaks it into these things called bits. And we're building up an array of the bits that are required for the current URL to be a match. Or, aye, that's it. So, give me a wee minute. I don't think that gets used. That is not getting used. That's crazy if that's true. Let me just check. Yep, that's a mistake. Fine. So let's just I'm looking at required segments here. Okay, that's all a bit confusing, isn't it? But let's do a little JSON or var dump on current URL bits. Let's do that. So var dump current URL bits die statement. Here we go. So you can see it's given us those two things. Therefore, okay. So we're going to call this required segments, which is what it should have been called. So we are building up an array of required segments. There they are. That's what we need for this to be a match. So then what we do is, if this is required, that's right. Okay, this code is actually quite weak. So what we could do is the following. Here we're looping through the current URL bits. I'm going to say echo key is key and value is value. So when we do this, key is 0 and value is Trongate pages. Now, let me var dump the required segments again. Okay, so you see how that says 0, and then we've got this string of Trongate pages, and then you can see here 0 Trongate pages. So that's a match, right? So what we then do is, if that required segments key is required, that's it. Right, I figured it out. So basically we're going to say num required segments is count of required segments. I'm going to flip this around a wee bit. If the value is equivalent, this segments match thing, don't need to really worry about that. What we'll just do is we'll say num required segments minus minus, right? So that's that. So around about here, I'm going to just echo we need and we'll do a die statement here. So we need one segment. Okay, we need minus one segment. We need minus two. So, of course, that bit goes here. Here we go again. So we need 1 to match. We need 0 to match. There we go. Now, see, this segments match is true. We're going to take that out. And in its place, we're going to say if num required segments is 0, do that. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Now I think this code is pretty good. I'll take out this. So what I'm going to do is make sure the something like that. It makes a wee bit more sense. Okay, so we should have it saying you are cool. There it is. So instead of saying you are cool, we are now saying this here. Okay, so it's calling upon this thing. I think. There it is. And this here is going to call upon a thing by the name of validate token, and validate token is going to make sure that this person is authorized. So in this case, we're not authorized, but if we bypass authorization, we are authorized. Thank you very much indeed. Your applause is most welcome. So that was actually a wee bit of a framework correction, don't you know? I better upload that. So let me do that right now. Okay, so let's do a site-wide search for N API auth. It's inside URL helper. All right. Okay, here we go. So htdocs Trongate framework, git add all, git commit m. Ouch. What the hell? Okay. I'm going to change the version number for that, because that was quite an important little tweak there, you know. And I saw somebody in the comments said you had challenges with it, and that's not cool. So let's sort that. Okay. So we'll call this 3045. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna do a commit here. What's this bullshit? Damn. Okay, stage all. Why is it doing that? So annoying. Right, employee of the month. I have the following get ignore code. My challenge is when I stage my work, I'm getting a .idea / workspace .idea / Oh, geez. Ah, okay. Let's do that then. Well, I mean, I like my code, you know. Do I just lose the code here? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Right, okay, that's cool. I think we're not... Do you know what? I was in the wrong file. The wrong thing. 133045. 133045. Okay. Alright, now I'm gonna... Okay. Now I'm sending this one up to the sky. Okay. So now we are going to go to releases. I haven't done this in ages. V1.3.3045. There it is. And I'm going to say improved API Explorer and okay. Okay. I didn't notice a fix, Simon, but I pulled in some stuff there. I'm just seeing your comment. Okay. Employee of the month. The following is a message. Can you please make the tone more positive and elaborate? Here we go. Oh, great, great. That must be why I wasn't able to send it up, so that's good. We're excited to announce some changes. Okay, in the past we used... It's just so good, this chat GPT. I could never have written something as nice as that. I could not have done it better. So let's do that. I'll give you a wee mention. Is that okay, man? Okay, there we go. So that's that, that's that, that's that, and we're going to publish this release, just double checking everything, and here we go. That is now published. So everybody is now going to, when they use the desktop app, they're going to get an alert. You're going to be invited to update, and hopefully everything will be cool. Hopefully. Okay. That was a wee bit of an unscheduled change, but I think we got it in the end, which is cool. All right. So, moving on. Let's now go back to this upload image thing. You can see that it says invalid token, and you can see that it's behaving itself. Now, by the way, remember I was telling you about how we have the power? Well, we have the power, so check this out. cd trongate ci. I'm going to say git add all, git commit m ready to update engine. So let's see what this actually does, and we'll see the precise changes that are now being rolled out as we speak. Okay, give me a second here. Okay, so we're going to modify existing app, and it's this one here. Now it's going to invite us to upgrade. There it is, and then we just upgrade like this. What a beautiful system. Don't you just love it? Right, so that's that. Now comes the interesting part. If we go here, actually I don't like what I'm seeing, let me open it again. Okay, here we go. So now you can see it's catching up here. Do you know, I think this thing has freaked out on us. Just a wee bit. Oh no, it's not. Right, okay, so here are the changes, right? You can see the license has changed, no surprises there. You can see that ignition has changed. Now this was the bit where I think I broke the view files and stuff like that. But hopefully we're okay now. You can see that we've got... I can't see any obvious difference with these two things here on the top right. Oh aye, we fixed a typo. That's what we did. So that says num required segments. Hang on. I don't see any difference there. But here comes the big stuff. We headed into Trongate. That must be your view stuff that you'd done, Simon. And gee, that's great. I don't understand any of it, but let's just do a wee commit. Okay. All right. So fingers crossed. Hopefully we're all right now. And it kind of reminds you of how good the desktop app is. The fact that you can just do stuff like that, you know. So this is all still working at least, and that's pretty cool. All right. So let's now get back to the business of working on this thing. Okay. Okay. Everything looking good? Excellent. And look at this crap. Right. So do you see how I said ignore that? What does that actually do? Does that? Does it create a git ignore or something? I don't know. I have no idea. Anyway, I suppose it doesn't matter. Let's focus on our endpoint here. This is the submit image upload thing. Okay. So the idea here, I think it's from Storm. I don't know. I really don't know. I've had a whole lot of stuff going on, you know. I don't know. Is the truth. I think it is. ID, I think it means IDE or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's just check out the API Explorer here. So if we go like that, okay, now let me close this. I'm going to set. You can't see this because I'm on the screen, but I went to the top right hand side and I changed the token to ASDF, and you can see that it says invalid token. Now let me try something else. I've now emptied the token. Oh, you fucker. That's a fault. It shouldn't do that, because that's basically saying that if you have no token you get in, and that's pretty darn serious. So give me a minute. Engine. Hold on a minute. Okay. So this is going to need a wee bit of work, and Let's see where we are. Okay, so this is calling API helper validate token. And then it's saying that. Now let's look at validate token. It's on API validate token. I'm going to echo running validate token die statement. We're going to go like that. So it says running validate token. Now let's JSON token validation data. We're going to do that. Now that gives us all of the token validation data here. Okay. So it's now going to standard endpoints make sure allowed, which is here. Okay, now I'm going to just quickly find where this thing is using my incredibly intellectual system here. Okay. Saying that the token is false. Ah, right, that's only because I'm on dev mode. It's because I'm on dev mode. So see this make sure allowed. What we've just done there probably won't happen live. It's not as catastrophic as it looks. Now this only gets called by that one thing. So do you see where it says Trongate tokens attempt get valid token? The fix here is quite easy. So what we do is we go to Trongate tokens, which is here, and there's a thing inside Trongate tokens by the name of attempt get valid token. Here it is here, and that's right. So that's the mistake. That should not be getting called at all. Instead, remember 215 on API. 215. Okay. So let me look for hold on. going to find in files. So it's that server. Ah, there we go. You see where it's got this? There you go. Right. Got it. Got it. Okay, it's not a disaster. Anybody watching this would panic and think we've all blown it and everything, but no, it's not really a disaster. And here's why. If we go to API Explorer and head down to 2.15 or thereabouts. So what we're saying here is hold on. I wish I had a faster way of searching. That's not it. Give me a minute. Validate token. Oh geez, I'm lost. Aye, so on standard endpoints, that's where it is. On standard endpoints, and it's called make sure allowed, right? Right, do you see that? That whole thing is ridiculous, because if it's for the standard endpoints, the only place we are checking for tokens is the submitted token. Therefore, we do not need this. 100% that comes out. Okay, and then to make absolute sure, if I hover over this and hit control, you can see that that only appears on the API.php thing. That's good. I like it, and thank you very much indeed. So save. And now I'll just take a closer look at that. Right, so it was on the standard endpoints thing here. So let me just open up the Trongate framework actually. Okay. So it's here. It's engine, standard endpoints. It's make sure allowed. And this line here is what we do not need. Okay, so saving that, and get add all get commit that's it. Okay. There it is. Now, again, I got a fright when I saw that because it looks horrendous, but it's not actually a security risk. It's not anywhere near as bad as it looks, you know. Now that was Derek mentioning me. Not mentioning me, sending me a message. I'll just say hello. It's a public. Okay, there you go. Okay, so that's good. That's pretty good. And I certainly did get a fright when I saw that, but I think we're alright now. Okay. So everything looking good. And okay. Correction to standard endpoints. Okay, here we go. Been a few wee framework changes that last hour, which kind of slowed my momentum down a wee bit. But we'll try and get back on the track here. And hopefully we're just about ready to move forward again. So when I say submit, now it's saying invalid token, and that is perfect. Excellent. So there we go. So you'll remember that I'm going to say finding files, all is well. Here it's here. There you go. So that's us now having successfully made it past the API authorization stuff. Okay. Now I'm going to just say still looking good. The little die statement. And it says invalid request. Okay, fine. Now why is it saying invalid request? It looks like the table name and the update ID must be passed via the URL. Do you see that? So let's head to api.json here. And we're going to add on some required fields. So right here, we're going to go like that. Okay, so we do have these required fields. We're going to have target, table, and update ID. So the name is target table. And we'll do something like that. And right here, let's say update ID. Okay, now if we go back to the API Explorer and refresh. Good, that does that. Now the update ID field cannot be left empty, you get the idea. I don't like that space in there, it seems a bit excessive. Oh, so that's Trongate pages that's doing that. Let's have a look. Okay. Let me refresh. Let me do that. Now once again, there's our label, and that's coming from API Explorer. Jeez. Right, so on API Explorer, we've got this ridiculous thing here with a margin top of 3M. There must have been a time when I when I thought that was a good idea, but I don't know when. I'm not going to worry about it right now. It's probably not the time. Tell you what. Here's an idea. I'll call in the employee of the month. I have a web page with some labels. The page contains the following: CSS. Now, how can I know the answer, the CSS, so that the margin top 3M only applies to the first label on the page. I know the answer. It's, yep, it's that. Actually, that's not what I would have done, but anyway, it doesn't matter. So if we go to Engine, Views, API Explorer, here I'm searching for this. So that was saying you do that. And I'll just double check that it works by giving it a crazy background color. I'm switching between text editors here just to... nah, that's not right. Let's do that. That's more like it, I think. Okay, API Explorer style, and that is here. So git add all, git commit m, alright, there it is. Okay, so there's that. There's our framework. Okay, that's excellent. So these things must now be filled in. And if they're not, then we've got a challenge. So in the case of, let's just think about our page here. So say the one that says here we go again. That has probably got an ID somewhere. And I'm probably going to need to figure out what the ID is. So okay. So let me jump in here. I'm going to go to this manage thing. And I'm going to say right here, ID. I'm going to take published out for the moment. And then up here, I'll just chuck in ID. So that gives us that. So now if I go to the API Explorer and I say 35 and do I really need a target table of Trongate pages? That seems stupid. So that seems really dumb. Let's have a look. Okay, so we do that, we do that, we do that. Oh, so those things. Oh shit. I've just realized that I'm in trouble. Right, do you see how that's got that replace thing going on? We need that vibe happening for the API Explorer. It's as complicated as a bastard. But here's how it goes. We say / and then in here. Now think about our code here. So the target table is segment 3, the update ID is segment 4. So that is target table and then update ID like that. Let's save. Now let's refresh. So if we go, do you see these placeholders? So now I'm going to say target table is 35. Then and there you go, it changed, it updated. Now it says unauthorized, but that's not a problem. There you go. Okay. This passing in a target table name of Trongate pages is insanity though, because we really don't need it. It's always going to be Trongate pages, you know. So let's just say update ID. And indeed, maybe we could make it the same as the update endpoint. There we just called it ID, and I think that's what I'm going to do. So we'll just call it ID. Exactly the same. So ID. There's what we're talking about. So now if we do that, now it's just an ID, which makes a whole lot more sense. Okay, now right, this says ID. Here we go, ID. Alright, here we go. So we do that. I'll say 35. We'll do that and that. There you go. That's it. That's it. So back over here, we no longer need this target table. And we know that that's segment 3. Okay, I think I'm going to switch to dark mode here. How the hell do I switch to dark mode? Settings. I saw it. Theme. Dark. Actually, do you know the one that I really like? We've got a few. IntelliJ. No change. Let's try another. High contrast. That's the one that I like. Okay, we'll switch to this. It looks very similar to Android Studio, you know. Okay, cool. So that's looking good. And now we're going to look at our code here. Trongate pages. Don't know about these stupid divider lines. What's that all about? Right, pardon me, Simon. Yeah, this workspace is indeed, that's from PHP Storm. And this is so similar to Android Studio. I can show you if you want. It's really, really similar. Anyway, here we are, submit image upload, and you can see that we get the files. And then it's going to look for a target table at some point. Yep. So we're going to simply say right around here that target table is, and you know what? Do we even like that? Nah. Right, so target table is that. There you go. You know what? Let's not do that. Let's just write Trongate pages in here. Okay. So we make sure the Trongate pages table exists. That's what we're doing. So we do that. I'm happy to put the error message out there. Let's just say if string to lower env is equivalent to dev, then no, we're not going to do that. Yeah, let's just say echo. Do you know, I'm going to do one of those ternary operators. I'm going to start doing things like that. So let's just say error message is, so it would be if string to lower env is not equivalent to, or let's do is equivalent to dev. So if that's the case, then the message is otherwise the message is invalid request. So then we just echo the error message with a die statement. Now, when that happens for us, that doesn't quite happen here, so we'll pretend it's a different table name and then do that. You miserable thing. Hold on. There you go. Trongate pages table not found. So it gives people a wee bit more information, you know. If they are not in dev mode though, it will simply say invalid request. Okay, so this thing is going like Trongate pages table not found. If we go like that, we happen to know that it does exist and everything is beautiful. Okay, now here we've got a very miserable error coming up. 298, all of this stuff. Going to go to the employee of the month and say, could you put the following PHP code inside a try catch block so that I can have more graceful errors in instances where a suitable file was not submitted. Okay, so I'm about halfway through this live stream, I think, and aren't we having a good old day? Okay. So that's that. Now we're basically just, I'll paste it above it so we can see it. Okay, so that's doing that. Now let's just see what this try catch thing actually looks like. So if we do that, okay, so you can see that that's a pretty warning undefined. Damn. Okay. Unfortunately, the try catch does not that's a wee bit more like it. Okay, here we go. So it's looking for that stuff. And we'll try this again. So now it says no file was submitted. And that's perfect. It's really good. Okay, so that gets us to this stage here. So then we get a destination and a whole bunch of other things. And I think that that's it. Okay. Okay. Can you suggest suitable PHP docs blocks for this? Again, I'm still trying to learn this and get my head around it. Okay, something like that. Fair enough. Okay, so that should be it. And that was a whole lot of work. But hopefully, no file submitted. Ah, geez. Well, of course, what we should be doing is a die statement here. And we're going to echo HTTP response code. Wouldn't it be good if it gave you the code? I think 400 will do it. Aye, no file was submitted. I shouldn't do that. I should just go like that. There it is. No file was submitted. Perfect. Right, so I reckon that that endpoint is now ready to go. And I'll edit. Choosing an image. Now let's okay, so here we go. Alright, well, something happened, but not a whole lot. But that's okay. We're gonna head over to the JS file here, and we're gonna go to image manager. And if you look at the image manager thing, there you will see this return statement, and that's what was causing the problem there. So okay, here we go again. Okay, so we've got unauthorized, and then we've got draw image error is not defined. That's pretty cool. I don't mind that. Don't mind that. So I'm going to go to Image Manager. It says draw image errors not defined. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, here it is. It's always nice to have graceful error messages, you know. Now I'm just making sure that we're alright. Okay. We'll have a little refresh. Click on this. Then do this. Then upload. Form submission. That's pretty cool. You can't argue with that, you know. Invalid token. That's not too bad. So that's fine. So what that was doing, that draw image error, was basically just getting us going. Now I'm going to try something here. I'm going to say target modal body, append child, restart, now hold on a minute. Okay, let me just try something. Hold on. Let's try restart button para style, background color, do a horrible lime color again. So if we add an image and if we upload and then we hit submit, now that is just saying that that's not happening, and we're getting this draw big cross is not defined. Damn it. So let's see what that's all about. Let's just have a quick look here for n draw big. I'll say C. Now here for Trongate pages, we've got a thing that says draw big cross. Looks okay to me. Here comes Trongate pages. Okay, so there's draw big tick. I'll have it next door to that. Okay, that's draw big cross. I wonder if we've got a hide big cross anywhere. We have. Might as well take. No, it's not working. Alright, fine. We'll just try that. Here we go. So uploading an image, choosing that one, open, and we're going to upload. There you go. It's not too bad, you know, I've seen worse. And then it's given us these crazy buttons here. But they're not that crazy, because if we take out this crazy background color, we should be good. Here we go. So we are going like this. Image, choosing it, upload. Beautiful. Now if we hit cancel, actually let me just do something. Okay, so that's called TP image modal. TP image modal. So that one's already being accounted for here, which means that if we hit cancel it disappears, and if we hit escape it should disappear as well. I'll just make sure of that. So if I hit escape it disappears. Okay, now if we hit try again, that works. Now let me try that. I'd like to just see what try again does. So that runs choose another image. Okay, so if we look at image manager, do we have choose another image? Aye, there it's there. Okay, so that's all good. I'm going to do a commit here. Good. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do then is if we hit submit, you'll see that it says invalid token. I'm going to flip those colors around. So where it says form submission error, right here, you can see that we've added in a color of red. I'm going to take that out. But then here, I'll just say error info dot style dot color equals red. So I'm just flipping those colors around, you know. So that is going to give us something like this. Upload. There you go, and you can see that it says invalid token, and that is fantastic. So how do we make the token valid? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to search for HTTP send, and you can see that I've used this previously, and what I'm doing there is I'm adding in a token, you know. So if we go back here, and then right before this line that says send, we do that. So that means that I'm now submitting a token. And so now if we try and upload a picture, this time we are authorized, as you can see. But unfortunately we're now getting this thing, whatever it is. So destroy. Okay, let's see. Looks like we've got a couple of errors here. So All right. So you can see images uploads a bit smaller, right? It tried to do something there, but it had no luck. And destroy image modal add image is not defined. So we are going to look for n destroy, and there it is right there. So it's that one. So let's copy that. Maybe head down here. Now I'm just going to visually check the code as if I know what I'm doing. Right, do you see how that says target modal body? Do I feel good about that? I do feel good about that. So we do all of that. We destroy element, we draw big tick, and we insert image path. That should be it. So here we go. So we're choosing an image, choose, let's pick it here, open. We're going to upload. Now look at that, and insert image is not defined, but that will be easy enough to get here. So I'm just going to pick up insert image. Now you can see that I've got a few things to do here, which is a problem. But that's okay. We'll get the basic functionality working, do all the fancy stuff later. You know, usual vibe, usual vibe. So here we go. Image. We're going to go choose it, and we're going to do that. Open. Let's upload. And as you can see, it has now added the image onto the page. Okay, so let's now do a little commit. Get commit m image now being added to page, but needs some work. All right. So that's us now adding that image onto the page, and of course we do need a bit of work here. So I'm going to just take out all of these crazy comments. And we're not going to do that. Okay, now I don't know why I added in this set timeout. I really don't know why I did that. But let's just keep on going. Oh, somebody's messaging. Oh, been watching for a bit of nice work. Thank you, Derek. God bless you. God bless you. I'll be around the night if you want to catch up, by the way, just to let you know. And what do you think of my crazy background, by the way? It's just Derek messaging on Skype. That's pretty cool. All right. So here we go. Let's see if we can get rid of that horrible orange color, by the way. That's a good idea, right? So let's just do that. And you can see that I've aligned it to the center. So here we go again. We'll save. We're going to add our image. Here it is. Let's now upload. There should have been a progress bar there, by the way, but it was a bit too fast. I'm going to add in this throttling thing so we can kind of see how this is going to behave out in the wild, you know. So there is a vibe which I cannot find, and it's called throttling. Here it is here. So we'll pretend that we're on a fast 3G network, right? So here we go. So you can see it's taking a bit longer to load here, right? So we add our image. Now see if you can see the progress bar. It should work. So here it comes. Now look out for the progress bar. There it is. Do you see it? How cool is that? The only thing that I don't like is that the progress bar starts at the number 88. Don't know if you noticed. So you can see that right there. So we're going to just say 0 instead of 88. I don't know why I don't know why I said 88 actually. Right, there we go. So here we go again. We're going to do this. I should probably for just one time, let's try it on slow 3G so that we can really see this thing, you know. So here we go. It's going to look a mess as we load the page here. Thank you so much, Simon there. He says, nice to see all the framework updates are working well. Well, Simon, take a bow, you know. There's certainly no question that would not have been the case were it not for all of those fixes that you did. So I really appreciate that. So here we're adding an image. Now we'll choose the same image again and see if you can see the progress bar. Here it comes. There you go. Really good, isn't it? Really good. Now let's look at the code, and there must be a reason why I did that set timeout, and I do not know what it is. So, add new element, image div, insert image. Where does that come from? So we draw a big tick. Oh, I know what it is. Do you know why we do a delay? Because the big tick takes 1.3 seconds to load, so it does a tick animation. Then when that gets out the way, it adds the image. Thank you very much indeed, and God bless America. Right, so mission accomplished. I came onto this live stream and I said that, yes, that's right. Yes, the gods came together and they decided this little pile of organic mass matters. That's what happened. And when I came on, I said, right, let's see if we can get all of these add element things working. And let me tell you something, folks. I think they work. They're not perfect, but they are functional. They are functional. Now, here comes. Thank you, Derek. God bless you. God bless you. And I'll be around all night. So absolutely. I'm heading over to see the Lady Wonder Wench later on, you know. And late in the middle of the night, I do like to code. Right, okay. So, what are we doing here? How cool is this? Now, let me give you a little quick demo, and then I'm going to ask you the question of all questions. There's going to be a few bugs, by the way. There's lots of things I want to fix. And it'll probably take one day. But here's a thing, right? Have a look at this cool page. Create new page. There we go. And look at this quick demo. We add a headline. We add a little text. Now, if you're wondering where that text comes from, the answer is it's set in the class here. If I take you, I did not mean to do that. I've just expanded everything. Downer. Oh gee, that's a problem. Right, but if I take you to the top of this thing, here we go. You can see that we've got a private variable called sample text, so you can change that and have anything you want, you know. You don't even need to have any sample text. So that's the headlines, that's the text, there's the dividers. There's a second headline. Let's align this one to the center. Let's do another text block. Check out the numbers. All of that works. Let's have a little bit of bold. Now check out the buttons. All of this was written. There's no third-party libraries. Myself and the employee of the month wrote all of the code. This is the employee of the month. We wrote all of the code, you know. Check the italics. Notice how when I click on it, both of those buttons highlight. We've also got the ability to add links, of course. So if I select, do that, target URL. Now I've got a really cool feature coming up here. There's a link being added, right? Then we did YouTube videos. Now I've got it just putting in an ID for speed here, but the idea is you add in your ID, you submit, and then you say that's me, and then now it's giving you a YouTube video. Now then we had I'll do a wee bit of text again. So something like this. This YouTube video needs a wee bit of work. In fact, I'm going to take it out. There's a couple of ways of taking it out, but one way, and that's a mistake, I'll fix that, right? But if we hit this delete, there you go. And here's how you save. How cool is that? So that's save. It's a save button, right? So the next thing that might be worth showing is the buttons feature. So here's some buttons. We'll have a secondary button in this instance, and we'll submit. Again, we can go into the code view. Now I'll just make some room downstairs. Okay, so we can go into the code view for the button. I've done this a million times now and everybody's no longer impressed. But if I say text center style equals font size, let's just say 2M, big old buttons, and there they are. See, we can even add JavaScript, and again, we're all sick of the demos, but I'm going to be demonstrating this thing soon. So instead of doing window location blah blah blah, this works. So that's me now, and I'm clicking. I missed this. There we go. So see the alert, the JavaScript window. You can even go in and add styling to the page. A little bit of style tags. Now I've still got a lot of work to go with all of this. None of it's finished. But if I say something like page content, let's just say background color yellow. Okay, so check this out. How cool is that? And then finally we did our image. So uploading an image, you just choose your image. All of the error handling works. And then you upload, there's our progress bar, and look at the beautiful image. And of course we can save. And the nice thing about all of this is that it all has our fabulous API manager in full formation with full error handling and all of that stuff. And how? The question is, how do you like me now? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. By the way, can I have a question for Dafa and Derek? And anyone actually? I would love to be able to do live streams where we get the squares up and we can all chat to each other. I would even be willing to make that a regular feature. If anybody's got any ideas of how to do that, please let me know. And we can have little panel meetings and stuff, you know. That'd be cool. So, how do you like me? Oh, Derek, if you're watching, do you know how to get rid of this right margin? In fact, do you even know what the point of this line is here? What exactly is the point of that line? I would love to know. If you're still there, Derek, I'll ask you maybe if I talk to him later on. Does anybody know what the point of that line is? Is it the guidance of acceptability line? Is it something like that? Like anything beyond that's too short? Is that what it is? Anyway, we have an error. Let's have a look here. It's okay, so it's saying undefined variable indent. And that probably makes a lot of sense. So all right, indent is 0. Now watch this. See, the error disappeared. This is one of the things that I really like. The line is a 70 or whatever. Ah, thank you, Simon. Thank you. And is it considered bad practice to go beyond that? Is that what we're saying? Something like that? Okay. So, let me tell you, I'm very happy with this. I'm really quite happy with this. Yeah. Add all. Ah, okay, that's cool. That's awesome. Tell me this, Simon, are you using this thing as well? Are we? I mean, listen, dude, you've done some excellent work with VS Code. You were kind enough to show me it yesterday, and my appreciation knows no limits. I'm really, really super grateful. But I'm just being honest with you. I don't know how to do this stuff, and I'm kind of scared. So I need something that basically just kicks me in the balls from time to time and shows me how to do this stuff. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure there's plugins and all of that for VS Code, but there's that. But the other thing is, I haven't mentioned it much, is that I'm learning Android Studio right now. And check it out if I open up Android Studio. Here it comes. I think you'll be surprised and it'll all make sense. So here's Android Studio. Guess who makes this? That's right, the very same people who make PHP Storm. So check out the similarities. See? That's Android Studio. Isn't that amazing? So I love the idea of having this kind of unified IDE, you know what I mean? So this is Android Studio right here, and the similarities are remarkable. Okay, now you know. So that's kind of one of the things. These days the marker is shit. Okay, cool. Do you think we can remove that marker? I would like to remove it, you know. Okay. Now here comes, by the way, here's the results of our poll. After 28 votes, just over half of you like it, but a significant amount of you don't like it, or you're unsure. By the way, I'm in the don't like it category. But nevertheless, I think when you're looking after a framework, it can't be down to some guy's preference. We have to be responsible, so it's just the way it is, for better or for worse. But thanks to the many, many millions of you who potentially could have voted in that. Turn it off in settings. Thank you. We'll do that right now. So let's go with settings. And okay, I'll have a wee search for the word marker. No. Yeah, I think it does. It's made by the same team, you know. And I really, really want to learn Android. You know. Okay, let's ask the employee of the month for an opinion on this one. I am using PHP Storm and I can see a vertical line around the 70 character mark. I think it's just a guide, but I don't like it. It's annoying. Can you tell me how to remove it? The vertical line, it's called the right margin, and it's a feature to keep your code to a certain length. You can change it by going to Settings, Editor, Code Style, PHP, Wrapping and braces. Okay, here we go then. We've got a lot to go through. So settings, code style. So settings. We're looking for code style. Here it is. Then we go to PHP. Now, the next thing, what did it say? It says click on PHP. Under wrapping and braces, you'll see right margin. So you get that. And then we're looking for a thing that says right margin. I can't see it. Let's try. Can you see it? Oh, now look at this. Hard wrap at 80. So if I change that to like 100, did it move? Yes, it did. It moves. But I don't like the hard wrap anywhere. Okay, I'll search for the word guide. I changed it to 0 and it never worked. Settings. No, that didn't work. That's just not what I want. Okay. PHP Storm. How do you get rid of the wrap right hand margin? Settings, find editor appearance and then uncheck show right margin. Okay. Settings, editor appearance. I can't see it. Can't see it there. No. Ah, gee. Let's try again. Settings, under IDE settings, settings, IDE settings, editor, appearance. Right, here we go. Settings, under IDE settings. No. No. Can't you see it? Show indent guides, is that it? Is that it? Show indent guides? No. Probably not. Show hard wrap and visual guides. Or show hard wrap and visual guides. Right, let's try that. There you go. That's it. That's it. Okay, things are looking up here. Okay, so the editor is pretty much in decent shape here. It's not launchable by any means, but it's usable, and we can even delete them and everything. So we are not doing too bad. I've been streaming for 4 hours, which is kind of cool. I haven't ate anything today, so I might take a wee break and go and nip around the shop or something. But I do have something that I'd like to work on. And I think that my perspective of this is that there's going to be 2 days of fixing everything up. Maybe 3. But I'd like to add the AI element onto this, truth be told, because I think it would be a really, really great feature. But you know what? I think before I do that, I'm going to just make the image uploader perfect. The image uploader is the most difficult part of this so far, you know? So that's what we'll do. We will get the image uploader. Why did that stutter? Hold on. Why is that? Why is that? There's a bit of a drag in it. Let me try that again. I wonder why it's doing that. It's annoying. Anyway, oh, I see. I see exactly what's happening. Right, got you. So what's happening there is, I'll show you. Just right. I know you probably can't even see this, right? But you see how the page has a little stutter when it appears? That bugs me, right? It really bugs me. So the question is, how do you fix that? So here's what we're going to do. We are going to go to this little beauty here. And this gets called in instances where the person is an editor and they view a page. Now, do you see this thing here? Right, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to say Trongate pages object, default blah 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 blah, style, background color is pink. Did that work? Okay, let's try another. Let's see. No. Okay, let's try something else. Okay, so you see this here? See that Trongate pages doc? Okay, so that wow. That's really bizarre. The undo, which I don't know if I like that feature, but the undo goes back to previously saved versions, if you know what I mean. And what the hell is that? Anyway, okay, Trongate pages. So the very first thing that runs on this is start page editor. Good. So what I'm going to do is comment these things out, and then we're going to start it. Now you can see that that stutter went away. So now we reintroduce the stuff, and you can see that we have a wee challenge here. So what do? Right, let's comment this out. Okay, so we've now proved 100% that this TP draw doc is what's causing the problems. And I'm going to hover over it and click Control and then click onto it. And it shows us where this thing appears, and there it is right there. Okay, now you can see that we've got an opacity here all the way. And somewhere that opacity is going to go back up to 1. Let me just check something. Look for opacity. Aye, so there's show top bar. See it? And where does that come from? Comes from here. So after it's finished doing its thing, it calls upon show top bar, and show top bar changes the opacity. Now I'm going to comment it out. Okay, again. Okay. Now I'm going to bring it back. Okay. This time I'm going to say editor doc.style dot transition is 0.6 of a second. Okay, let's do a wee bit better than this. let's do a set timeout. We'll wait a tiny little fraction of a second. Okay, and suppose we wait 2 seconds. Alright, let's try something else. No, hold on. Okay. Okay. So, damn, this is tough. I am going to just have to put up with it. It's a wee bit annoying, but what can you do? Stuff like that bugs me, you know? Alright. I think that's going to have to be that. So it's no perfect, but it's, you know, it's acceptable, right? So, I think that the thing to work on here is the image uploader. This is a tricky part of this whole thing, and I think it's worth doing right, you know? I really do. So I'm going to take a wee break, and I'm going to be doing about another 2 or 3 hours. Okay, VS Code, editor rules, 820, turns on lines, turns off by default. Okay, cool. Well, folks, like I say, I'm going to take a wee break, and when I come back, I'm going to make this image uploader perfect. Now, something else I want to check before I go, though. Drupal image uploader. I want to see what their uploaders look like. Okay, hold on. Drupal image uploader, and we'll try and get a recent one. Okay. Now I don't want to get a strike here, so I'm just going to click. So this is him adding in form field. Was that a picture? Oh, that's a horrible system, innit? Right, that's not working for me at all. Let's try and find another. Oh, no, this is more like it. Right, here we go. So you get a library, you get add new, that's bloody excellent, all day long. That's good, that's good, I like it. So what we should be doing then is the following. When we hit image, you can see that we've got this thing coming up. That's a mistake. Instead, I mean, it works, right? But it's not what we should have. Instead, we should have this thing here. So when you hit add, it should show a media library with a whole bunch of thumbnails with all of the stuff that you've got, and you should be able to choose one. Now let me just see how that works. So he's ticked and then he said select. Did you see that? So you upload, you tick it, it does a preview on the right hand side, and then you hit the select button. That's beautiful. That's really beautiful. Okay, so let's build something like that. He who dares, he who dares. Do you hear me, people? He who dares. I'm going to build this bastard. It's going to take me 2.5 hours, and it shall be good. And that's that. So would you give me a 5-minute break? I want to just go head out and get something to eat. Maybe say hello to Coco the cat in here. And when I come back, I'm going to build this. That's right. And the only difference between you and me, apart from the 2 or 3 people watching, is that I have the balls to attempt the impossible. Anyway, I'll be right back. Stay cool. Alright folks, welcome back. You're watching the home of the web development revolution with me, David Connolly, the web developer extraordinaire. How on earth are you? Everything okay? Alright, so we are gonna build something like this. That's what we're gonna build. I kind of like it, you know? I kind of like it. I think it looks good. There are certainly a few things about this that are not just regular good, but finger licking good, in my opinion. So this is what we're going to build. Now, let's see what happens when you click one of them. So there you had clicked and it just says select. Okay. But on the right you've got this delete. I mean, that's just beautiful. That is exactly what you want. What happens when you hit upload? Now that was on 115. They've really figured this out, you know? And I think it's, I have to say, I think it's better than the Joomla stuff that I was looking at. It's far better. Okay, so here's one of them again. So they hit add new, and then when you hit add new,
and then once you do that,
it does that.
You can either drop the files in here, or you can click this button right here and select the file.
Okay.
I'm just going to select the files by clicking this button right here, and then after that, all you have to do is
So you do that, then you select, and there it's uploading. Now uploaded straight to that, which I did not expect, but it's a really nice system. Nobody is going to be confused with that. So that's what we're going to build. I might make it a wee bit different though. I'll add a little bit of my own magic, you know how it is. You know how it is. Okay, so the initial page is going to look like this. Okay, excellent. So let's do this. Are you ready to rock and roll? Oh people, are you ready to rock and roll? Because I'm building that bastard in 2 hours. Here we go. Okay, here we go. So the first thing that we are going to do here is we're going to look at our page, and you see this image thing. So the question is, we've got add page element, and you can see it's passing an image, right? So we are going to go to element adder manager. Now from here you can see that we've got off Coco. Are you coming in? Do you want to come in? No? Okay, so we've got add page element. Now there's different things here, and one of them is build insert image modal. I think it's time to change that. So we've got that, but I think it's time to change that. So instead of build insert image modal, I'll comment that out, and we're going to have open TG TG media manager, something like that. Is it possible for me to format this? It looks a bit weird. Right, something went wrong there. Forgive me, folks. Okay. That's it. Oh, come on. It's just messing me about. Alright. So we're going to say open TG Media Manager. Let's do it. Okay. Now, I think I'm going to make a media manager.js file, because I think that the media manager is going to be kind of important, you know? And this, well, actually the image manager's only got 300 lines of code. Do you know what? Who cares? Let's just add it here. Let's just add it here. Okay. So this is it, right? So it's going to be remarkably similar to this. We're just going to start by saying close modal. And then let's reset editor values. And we'll just say here we go. Nice simple little start out of the blocks, you know. So here we go. And we hit this. And it said here we go. Let's do that again. There we go. Okay. So we're going to create a new modal. And I'm going to call it TP Media Manager. Now I want this to be subjected to the same rules as all of the other stuff. So in here, we'll do that. Okay, now back over here. It's doing this generic modal build thing. So if we refresh, then click, you'll see that this opens up. Now the next thing that we'll do is we'll just see if we can basically borrow a wee bit of code from this thing, you know. Now the first thing, by the way, is that the height of that is bothering me. Let me have a look at this generic build modal thing. Here it is, here. So it takes a modal ID and it creates a new modal. Fine, fine, fine. But okay. So do you see how that's kind of narrow? This thing. The question is, why is that so narrow? Well, there it is right there. You can see that the max width is 570. Now, if we take that off, suddenly this thing fills the whole page, which could be good. And suppose we say that the width is 80. Now, that's good, right? So I think that's what we're going to do. So we're going to go in here and we're going to say okay. Okay. Right, so I'm going to go here. This doesn't have to be var, by the way. That can be a little const. Same goes with that. Yep. So this is also going to be a const. And let's just say const media manager modal is document get element by ID. So the ID is the new modal ID. Now, I actually don't need this thing. So let me just say this style. I'll give it a crazy background just to see if we have a gig. Yes, we do. So let's do the rest of it. So we're going to say media manager style. Let's say max width is so it says there max width is 570. Well, let's try something. Let's say that the width is 80%. Okay, employee of the month. Here is some CSS rules being applied by JavaScript. The rules over and there's the answer. So we're going to go like that. So let's give it a wee try. So we click image. Okay, so that goes inside quotations. There we go. Now let me see what this really looks like. Okay, I like it. So we've now got our media manager opening up. Let's have a wee look at the YouTube videos, see what we're aiming for. So you can see here that it says media library, and then we've got a button that says add new, and then we've got some kind of filter thing which I don't really like. I'll take that out. So let's okay, so you see how we've got this add YouTube video. I like that, you know. So let's copy that out of HTML, and we now know that this is what we want added, right? So what do? Well, we'll go like this. Okay, so we've now got these media bodies here. Now, can you give me the JavaScript for dynamically producing this? Okay, so we do that, and then what this does is we're going to say add image. Okay, and right here it's modal body append child paragraph. So if we now click this, click the picture, there it is, and as you can see it says add image. I'm not bothered about the alignment and stuff like that too much. Having said that, I suppose I do like that thing. I think I'll do that. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, good. So do you see the way this code view thing works? I'm going to do that, you know. So how do we do it? We create a modal heading. Oh, wrong file. It's here. Okay. Now that is our modal heading. And what we do is we say media manager append child of modal heading. So check this out. If we hit image, okay, that's okay. Now I'm going to just take that out. Okay, so we've got our let me just do this. Okay, so if we go image, now it's added on this stupid modal body thing here, which is really causing us a problem. So here's what we'll do. Let's okay. Let me do a search for JavaScript. Insert before. Okay, so here's what we do. We are gonna say insert before, and the new node is going to be the modal heading, and that is going to be added before the modal body. Okay, here we go. And there it is. Okay, good. So that sets the width. That creates the modal heading. Might as well bunch it up. Okay. Now I want to get a good picture for the font awesome icon here. So let me just try a little experiment. Okay, so that says image, that looks good. So we're going to go to where it says FA here, and we'll just change that to FA image. Okay, so if we refresh this, keep an eye on the top left. There it is right there. And of course, instead of saying code view, we're going to say add image. There we go. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to add a paragraph with a button for choosing an image. Okay, so I'm going to say const modal top para, we'll call it. It's a paragraph, you know. Whoops. So it's document, create element, P, and then I'm going to say const. Now think about what we're trying to achieve. We want something like this, okay? So we'll call it add new image button is document dot create element button. Now we're going to then say add new image button dot inner text, and that is going to say add new image. Then we're going to say modal top para append child of add new image button, and finally modal body append child of add new image button. Alright, here we go. There it is. Pretty good, right? No. Okay. I'm going to make another image. I'm going to call it init describe image, and it's document create element, little old button. We're going to say init describe image inner text. And then modal top para append child init describe image let's also say init describe image dot class list add alt. So now we're going to have two buttons. We're going to have a, oh yeah, miserable thing. I wish I had a multiple select thing for this, but I don't. Add a button. Okay. Well, I certainly don't get that. Oh, I see what's happening. That should do it. There we go. Now, that top paragraph, we're going to say modal top para, class list, add, text left, okay, finally. So when we do this one here, the init describe image button, I'll say class list, add, and I'm going to add on a little old thing that says alt, and that's going to give us a light colored button. Like that. Okay, so now I want to ask for an awesome icon for Chat GPT logo. No. Can you give me the SVG code? for producing the Chat GPT logo. Well, there it is right there. Let's see. You know, it's actually right in front of us. Okay, let's just do that. And let's just say, can you give me the JavaScript code for dynamically producing this? Come on. Don't time out. Did it work? Damn. No, I didn't want that. It's going to time it again. No. For clarity, could you show me only the code from that? I mean, with respect to your previous answer. God, it's still doing it. Okay, could you show me the JavaScript for dynamically creating this. Timed out again, every frigging time. Alright. Then I have an idea. Yeah, pardon me. Good. Alright, so we got that. Now, I'm going to just say draw chat GPT logo. And then I'll head down here. Draw chat GPT logo is not defined. Alright, now you can see that that says OK then, so it's ready to do this. So the next step for us is to copy this and I'll just paste it in here, and I'm going to just say parent element, and then when we call this thing we'll pass in modal body. So that's our stuff here. Now where it says D is whatever, we're not going to have that. Instead, we are going to have this. So instead of saying whatever, we're going to go like that, save it, back here. Parent element is not defined at ChatGPT logo. Okay, so here it is. Parent element. So when we do that and that, come on, there you go. So there's our ChatGPT logo coming up, and doesn't it look kind of good? I think it does. Now, let's add that logo thing. Yeah. So do you see where we've got this? Now I'm going to say describe image, but I'm also going to say init. So the idea is we're going to have a thing, you describe the picture you want and it's going to generate it. There we go. No, that's not quite what we want, but we can get there. So let's bring this thing to life. I'm seeing a crazy background color, which actually, now that I think of it, I just had an idea. Yes, I did. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's make a dedicated button to this. Okay. Now we're going to say that class list, add okay, and then modal top para append child of that. So we're looking for 3 buttons now. Okay, perfect. Now the one that says ChatGPT button, here's what's going to happen with that. So we're going to say background color, and we are going to take this background color right here, you know, okay. Now I've lost the color. So here we go. So it's this one, and there's the hex code. So we'll head over to where the CSS lives. That's what we're talking about. Let's have a little important tag. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Now the font is going to have a certain colour as well. If we go back to our image manager, it has to be this current colour thing or something like that. And I don't know where that is. Cannot find it. Looks like it's all the threes. So let's head in here and we'll just say color. All the threes, will make it important. And let's give that a try. Okay. Good. So now, let's let's draw that ChatGPT logo. And it's going to be inside the ChatGPT button. Not too bad. That is not too bad. Okay, so now we're going to get rid of this. And at this point, our job becomes just basically just get this thing working. So let's see how we would do that. Well, you can see that we can add a wee bit of height shenanigans here. We can probably, in fact, I'm as well doing it from here. We can probably go to the button and take out the padding, maybe. Okay, so maybe something like that. Now let's look at this draw ChatGPT logo. You can see the heights appearing there. Now, suppose we look at this thing, the F8 image. You'll see it's got a height of 20 by 19. We'll just call it 20. So let's chuck 20 in for these little beauties. Okay, we're going to refresh the page. Alright, so the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to modify the vertical padding. Okay, and we're going to do that via CSS. So let's just say padding top, I'm going to say 0 important, and then padding downstairs 0 important. Good. Now the next thing I want to do is get the height of the previous one here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say opacity is 0.2 for reasons that will become clear in a minute. So it's almost see-through, right? So we're going to go back to this thing here. And right here we've appended the top paragraph. Now keep in mind that we've got an add new image button. So let's say const add new image button shape equals add new image button get bounding client rect. Okay, then I'm going to say, now why is that? Oh, give me a break. So I'm going to say const add new item button height equals that dot height. Then I'm going to say chat GPT button dot style dot height equals add new image button height, adding on the PX. Here we go. Okay, that's pretty good. Now, another thing that I can see, in fact, I'll bring the opacity up for the moment. I'll just keep it at 1 for now. So if we do that, and that, there it is right there, okay? Now one of the things I want to do is get the top position and get them identical, you know? So that they're really, really aligning, you know? So I'm going to just say const add new image button top position. So that is going to be that. Then I'm going to say chat GPT button dot style dot now why are they not aligning? Let's just see if we can work it out. Okay, I have two buttons that are side by side, but they look misaligned, like steps. How can I fix this so that they are aligned? No, I don't want to do that. Do not want to do that. Okay. Alright, now I don't think that'll even help, but it won't do any harm, you know? Alright, well that's it. So basically, that's the best way of doing it. So what we're doing here is I hope this works. So relative, fixed, absolute. What are the other ones again? I know what to do. I know what to do. If I go const okay, I figured it out. I figured it out. Okay. So I'm going to say chat GPT button. Okay. Okay, so next I'm going to say, we'll call it vdiff, and that is going to be that subtract that, and I'm going to console.log vdiff. Okay, here we go. Oh, jeez, it's saying 0. Is it possible to get the client Y value of an element on a web page using JavaScript? Is it possible to do this using okay, so we can. So what we do then is we say is that, and then we do the same here. The hassle you go to just to align a couple of buttons, you know? Bullshit. This is doing my head in. I mean, that is so obviously not aligning. Alright, let's try something else. Let's try... Let's take that out and we'll say chat GPT button. Okay, so they are the same size, 100%. That means beyond all reasonable doubt that this has to be messing it up. So let's look at the thing. Okay. So I'm seeing an outer div. Seeing an inner div. Okay, so supposing I said that the outer div is actually this thing here. Maybe we'll even call it nah, probably not. Okay, so it's adding on some class lists and stuff like that. Right, let's comment out the class list. Same goes with this thing. Alright. So there simply must be something that is moving this, you know? Okay. Okay, now I've deleted that path and this thing is still here. So I can see we've got this SVG thing going on. And you can see this as well. Take that out. And this. Take that out. Oh, now there you go. So when we make the height smaller, that works. Okay. So now we might have the beginnings of a solution here. Aye, that's it. So all we have to do is get these heights sorted and everything will be fine. Well, that was easy. Okay, I think that's about it. All right. Okay. Okay, so modal, top para, class list, add, force, flex para, we'll just call it. Okay, so this is going to have a display type of flex, and we're going to have align items flex start and justify content. Okay. Now, if we have a button here, we'll have a margin top of 0. Okay. We'll also have okay, so that is definitely flex start, and this is going to be stretch. Ah, there you go. All right. So then padding top 0, padding downstairs 0. Okay. Now let me look at the SVG thing. I'm going to bring this back up to 20 again. Actually, maybe I wonder if I can get away with 1M. Whatever the heck that means. Oh, that's kind of good. Alright, let's go with 1.6. Yep. And then we're going to say that for chat GPT button, if it's an SVG, I've got this. Right, there you go. And that's going to be solid regardless of what size this thing is. How do you like me now? Okay. So here it is, there's our button. Now, let's do something cool with this thing. Let's make it that when we hover over that, the background color is going to go kind of dark. So, like that. So that's our background color, but the color is going to go bright. So check this out. Damn. Okay, so you can see what happened there. It's these stupid important things. So here we go. Excellent. It's really good. Now let's add in a wee transition. 0.3 seconds is usually the sweet spot. Okay, I think it's going too dark. Okay, so haha, that's excellent. Now you can see that added a headline onto that thing. If we go back to the image manager, take a close look, and you'll see that it says that the text content is chat GPT. Do you see that? And we've got a couple of these different things here. So let's try a wee experiment. We'll say chat GPT. I don't see why we need a title element, you know. Alright, let's go back. Okay, so maybe we'll pass in a thing called hover text. And right here we're gonna say describe picture. So now this is going to be equal to hover text. Pardon me, I got that wrong. So that is going to say hover text, and so is that. So when we call this thing, we now pass in describe picture. So we're going to have a button here. And when you click on it, I don't know why that's. That's really annoying. Anyway, when you click on that, you get to describe a picture, and this is going to draw the picture. That's how it works, you know. Okay. Now another thing that we'll do is I think I'm going to clean this up a wee bit. Okay, so we do that. There we go. Perfect. And add a spinner, so we're going to say const spinner div I'm also going to say no, we'll just manually do this. So the class is spinner, and then we'll say spinner div set attribute style. No. Style margin top is 3M, and then modal body append child spinner div. So now we're going to get a little spinner on the page. There it is. And I'm going to add a margin downstairs as well now that I look at this. Here we go. There it is. That's excellent. I really like that. So let's look at it without this stupid thing here. So we go like that, we hit add image, and then that does that. So this is now going to read all of the images from our images directory. And of course the question is, well, where, oh where is the images directory? And it's here. So can you hi Chris, how you doing? Be careful using the logo of GPT, it might be trademarked. That's a valid point, Chris, and I appreciate that. But there's a couple of reasons why I think I'm cool, and I'll show you what they are. One of them is as follows. If we go to modify existing app, right, and you look at, let's say, okay, have a look at Font Awesome, right? You'll see that here on Font Awesome, there's a whole lot of logos here. Like, there's PayPal. Here's GitHub. I mean, the list goes on and on. Look at all those brand icons. MasterCard, Google, you name it. And many of them are commercial companies. There's Twitter, Yelp, etc. If the ChatGPT were going to be uncool with somebody chucking their logo on a button, it would be unreal. But the other thing is, the only way that you get this feature is if you subscribe to ChatGPT, because I don't have the power to give people access to that for free. Finally, ChatGPT is apparently something non-commercial. I'm sure that's a load of bullshit. But if ChatGPT were to pull up their own customers who pay them hard-earned cash, and if ChatGPT were to say, well, we are not okay with this, it would be astonishing. I mean, it would be headline news, you know. So it would be cool. I would add to that there's kind of a rule in web development, unwritten of course, that it is acceptable to use logos and things of that nature if you're planning on selling their goods. Do you know what I mean? So when I worked in the car industry, I used to often pick up logos from car manufacturers and people like that, you know, and photographs of their cars, everything, and it was fine, it was normal, you know. Alright, so what we're doing here is we're reading from the server. I think I'm going to wrap this thing up shortly. I'll do another 10 minutes, right? It's been a long live stream. 6 or 17 is alright. I've achieved everything that I wanted to achieve here. All right. Pretty cool. Can you please change it? It's really great, isn't it? It's just fantastic. Alright, so we've now got that working, and we are gonna this has been another good day of coding. I think I'm doing some of the best work I've ever done lately, I have to tell you. You know, and I'm not feeling particularly intelligent, by the way, but I think that I'm doing good stuff, you know? So check this out. If I go slash dot or that return, returns an array of images within a given directory. Really good, isn't it? New directory name is a string. And we know that this returns an array. That's how it works. So I'm going to test this thing. Okay. So the directory name that's a wee bit of a mistake. Okay, so let's just assume that the directory name, as defined here, equals, so it would be modules, Trongate pages, assets, images, uploads, and that's it. So then you would say images would pass in our directory name, then you do that. Thank you very much indeed. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Now this is going to be something like that. Okay, I'll keep that as it is right now. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to build an API endpoint before this live stream's finished. So this is going to be called fetch uploaded images. Why is that giving me an error? Bullshit. There's no error here. No, I hate that feature. It's a horrible feature. Why is it making it go that horrible colour? That's really annoying. Fetch uploaded images. Okay, that's that. Now I'm going to go to Trongate pages and I'm going to say function fetch uploaded images. Okay. So here we go. And there it is. Now I'll just get the images working here, so I'll just say okay. And there it is. Now that's actually returning the full image path and I don't like that, so let me just say images equals file. Take this one out. This should be a wee bit more civilized. There we go. Good. So what is that actually doing? Well, it's heading into images, uploads, and it's picking up these pictures here. There's a few of these that I don't really know what they are, which makes me slightly nervous. Hang on a minute, let's see here. Alright, so there's definitely a few crazy things there, but let's just display them anyway. So here we are. Okay, so okay. So this is our thing, and as you can see, we've drawn the spinner here and all of that stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to say fetch uploaded images. Actually, I'll call it fetch, yeah, just fetch uploaded images is fine. So with that, we're then going to say maybe somewhere down here. Okay, so the idea here is that we're going to do an HTTP request. Now we have done this before. You can see an example right here. So we're going to go like this. So we take the base URL and it's Trongate pages fetch uploaded images. There it is. So we do that. Now one other thing. http.send yeah, this is what I wanted to get. We're going to pass this token across here. Like that. This is going to be a GET request. And then when we get a result, we're going to just console.log the HTTP status, and then we're going to console.log the response text. Then we'll just hit return. So give us an opportunity to see what we've got, you know. So let's give this a little old try. I'm going to go here. I'm going to click image. Now if we inspect, you can see right there that it's given us our stuff, and that is really, really cool. So okay, so here's what's going to happen. Right, so if everything goes okay, we're going to say const uploaded images is json.parse http response text, and then we're going to say draw uploaded images, and we're going to pass in our uploaded images. So down here, we're going to have a little old function called draw uploaded images. Now, draw uploaded images is, first of all, yeah, we're going to take this modal body here. So okay, now if we don't have that modal body, we'll just hit return. Otherwise, I'm just gonna say cool. So if we go like this, and you can see that it says cool, right? Now, what I want to do here is I want to find, I'm going to look for a little old while loop. Okay, this is the code that I want. See this little beauty here? So, over on the image manager, we're gonna go like this. Now, we've called this target modal body. It should actually just say modal body. And what that's doing is it's emptying the modal body. Can you see the mistake? Well, you'll see it in a minute. Because when we hit this, okay, here we go again. Aye, so it empties the thing, do you know what I mean? So what we're going to do is we're going to say if last employee of the month, can you modify this code so that it does not remove if the target element has a class of whatever? Okay, so if it does not contain whatever, now the class is actually not whatever. The class, I'll show you. So if we go like that, it's this one here, and it's that. So that means that we retain our two buttons here. So every time we call that thing, oh come on, what the hell? What the hell? My thing has freaked out. Let's not even close the window. Ah, it's caught in a loop. I've got it. Aye, it's caught in a loop. Yep. So that's what's going on, because it's always got... That's right. I should not have messed with this. Okay, that code... No. That's better. Okay, so the name of the class is Force Flex Para. That's better. Right, and the browser's crashed. Yeah, well spotted, Chris. You nailed it in one. It's completely crashed. I think I might have to call that the end of the live stream, because this is just not having it. Did that work? Right, let's try again. Modal body has already been declared. Ah, there you go. So that found the stuff and it deleted everything except the spinner, which is absolutely perfect. So now what we're going to do is having removed everything, we're going to say const uploaded images grid is document create element div, and I'm going to say uploaded images grid class list add tg uploaded images grid, something like that. So then I'm going to say modal body append child of uploaded images grid. Now we've got a bunch of uploaded images, so I'm going to say for, I'm going to oh, that's bullshit. Give me a minute. Okay, so this here is uploaded images. There we go. Now I'm going to say const uploaded image name is that. I'm going to say const grid box is document create element. It's a div. And then I'm going to say grid box inner HTML is uploaded image name. Then uploaded images grid append child of that. Okay, let's see how that's doing. Parameter 1 is not type node. I don't see anything up with that. Alright, well, whatever I did, it's okay now. There we go. Okay, good. Now, let me just change this. Whoops, didn't mean that. There we go. So now what we're going to do is a little bit of CSS magic. So we're going to go to this. Yep. So that is going to have a display of grid. We'll say grid template columns, repeat, let's have 4 times at 1 FR a pop. Come on, man. Grid gap 1M. Okay, now let's say TG blah blah blah. Direct descendant div is going to have a border of 1 pix red solid. So let's see if we can have a nice wee grid here. There we go. Now I'm going to just also say that the height is 140 pixels. Okay. there you go. So there's all of our pictures. Now, I kind of think okay, you see this thing here? I'm gonna say background color is yellow. So that does that, right? But then I'm gonna say max height is 400 pixels. Or I should have maybe said a screen size, it doesn't matter. But you can see that max height kicking in right there. So then we're gonna say overflow auto. What that does is it gives us a nice wee scroll bar here, you know. So now we have the ability to scroll our images, and don't it make you feel good? I'm going to make this maximum height 50 VH. It's probably a bit better. Or maybe 60. Actually 50 was good. Okay, so it's now reading from the server. That's good. Now each and every one of these little beauties is going to have a display type of flex with align items of center and justify content of center. So we now get that. That's good. That is really, really good. Okay, now I had a nice thing which I've lost. It doesn't matter. I think this is pretty much going to be the end of the live stream. I think I've had a good day, you know. I think I've done alright. But you be the judge, you know. You be the judge. I think we've done great. I'm certainly ahead of where I thought we'd be at this stage. Okay, now the uploaded image grid is going to have padding right of 1M. So when we go like this, you can see that we've got a wee space here before this margin kicks in, which is good. Having 4 is not good, we want 5. It's more pleasing to the eye, you know. So here we go. There you go. That's what it's going to look like. That's what it's going to look like. So now we're going to somehow try to get this image path here. And how on earth do we do that? Well, I'll do this just before I finish up. This is my last thing of the day. So I'm looking at the image manager here, and I'm going to say const image path equals. Now, supposing we say base URL, or actually Trongate pages object base URL, then Trongate pages object dot module assets trigger. Then I'm going to say grid box inner HTML is image path. Let's just see what that gives us. Okay, so I'm seeing CI module. That looks perfect. So that's going to take us into this assets folder. So from there, we're going to say /images / and we're going to say uploaded image name. So now we've got the image path. So I'm gonna say const, I'll call it box image or image preview. Now I'll call it box image is document create element img box image, that is. Then I'm going to say box image set attribute source is image path. Then I'm going to say grid box append child of box image, and we'll take out this inner HTML. Okay, here we go. Well, we gave it our best try. So let's have a look here. Oh, the module assets trigger never worked. So we're going to say here we go again. Nearly there. Okay, so one of them loaded. Now it's images, but then it's, I think it's uploads. Yay! Okay. How you like me now? How you like me now? Okay, so now we're gonna say that for this little beauty here, the images, so any images inside here, are gonna have a maximum width of 100%, a maximum height of 100%. Let's try that. There you go. That is our image preview. And in fact, are you feeling a little bit show-offy? Me too. Let's leave a wee bit of space. That's awesome, isn't it? Funny thing is though, it seems a bit too big if you ask me. The pictures, the grids, everything about it. So let's try something else. Let's make these 7. Ah, now that's a wee bit better. A wee bit more pleasant on the old eyeballs. Really good. Okay, now clearly that one's a problem, but we'll worry about that later. Okay, that's looking great. Let's bring this down to 72. So we now get this. It looks terrible, doesn't it? Try again. Okay, that's quite good. That looks pretty good. So you can see all of the images here. I think they look quite nice. And probably the last thing I do today is we'll have a little hover effect let's make it so that when you hover, the border goes 3 pixels. All the 3s solid. So that means that when we do that, that is not what I wanted. It would be this thing. Okay, so you can see that. Mind you, it looks a bit rubbish, doesn't it? Maybe the way to play this is to make that a 3 and then make this something like all the C's. So that would give us that. Now that's kind of good. And then instead of saying solid, we'll just say this nice blue colour, you know? Oh, you miserable thing. Pardon me, I did that wrong. There you go. So now they're going to go that nice blue colour. Like that. Pretty good, right? Now we could also, and it just occurred to me there, do you see how when we go do that we've got this little border radius here? Well, we could chuck a border radius in. Maybe. Let's just see what that does. Yeah, that looks quite good. Looks quite good, I like that. There we go. Now later on I could add a search feature or something, but I don't think we need it right now. But that's 100% usable in my opinion, and you would click on it and then you would confirm if you want to add the picture onto the page, you know? That would be it. Okay, now I'm going to do just, I'm having problems stopping today, but it's because I've just had such a good day, you know? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add in a footer. If we look at the code one, do you see how it's got a nice footer that says cancel and all of that? I like that, you know? So I'm going to go into this code view. Okay, so you can see that we've now got this modal footer thing going on here. So, no point in reinventing the wheel. I'm just going to go right back to the thing that draws the modal, you know. So this is it here. And I'll just chuck this in. So to remind ourselves what's happening here, we add a spinner. Here we're adding a modal footer in. We're adding in a cancel button. We don't need that, but I'll keep it in for now. And then what we're doing is we're so we've created this modal footer. So we're simply going to say media manager append child of modal footer. And so what that means is that now when we choose a picture, you can see that we've got a footer, and doesn't that look shit? Aha. Well, it's okay though, because we can fix that. So it's a wee bit of CSS shenanigans. So here's the thing that we have to add in to fix it. So do you see how that says TP Media Manager? So we go right in here, maybe about here, and we'll go like that. TP Media Manager, modal, footer. How you like me now? And so now we're gonna say, and there's our nice footer there. It's really good, isn't it? Now get rid of the update pages content. I just cannot stop today. What a great day. I mean, that is a seriously power-packed day of coding if you think about the amount of stuff I've had done here, you know. Cancel button, okay, now that's insert, let me have a look. This is TP Media Manager. Okay, so that gets mentioned there. So that means that that cancel button works fine. Now, did you see the bullshitification? Let me show you the bullshitification. When we look at this on a big screen, it's nice, but when we do this, it looks terrible. So we're going to fix that. And again, I just can't get enough. So, how do we fix that? Well, let's search for the word grid. Here it is here. Now you can see we've got this grid template columns thing. I'm going to take that out of there. Actually, I'll copy this. Now I'll take this out. Okay, now I'm going to look for the word media. Do we have it? We don't. Well, I'll add it. Here it's here actually. So, you've heard the phrase mobile first. It actually has meaning, you know, and it refers to this stuff here. So the vibe, you miserable. Okay. So we'll say that for a tiny little screen, it's going to be 2 images. Like that. And then we're going to move up to a slightly bigger screen. Why is it doing that? It's the favour that nobody asked for, this, isn't it? Oh, it's because I've moved to 2 indents. I gotcha. Alright, whatever. But in any event, when we go to 700, we will have 4. So let's refresh. Now check this out. We've got 2. Now watch how it changes to 4. There you go. See how it switches to 4? I like it. Now where do we get 5? Here we go. I reckon about 1100. So I'll copy this. I'm going to say 1100. And we'll make this go to 5. Okay, so here we go. Click in. So look at how nice this looks. Alright, so then at 1300, I'm going to go to 6. Here we go. Okay. And then I reckon beyond 1400 we should just go all out. Alright, here we go. So on a big old screen, we get that. Looks okay to me. Definitely usable, you know. That is a wee bit crammed. Alright, I'm going to do a wee quick change. 1400 is going to be 8. And 1600 is going to be 10. Actually, let's do 1540. Okay, here we go. So here's our images. That looks good. There you go. You cannot catch it out. Ding, 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 ding. That's it. So we've now got our cancel button here. And again, reads from the server, you know. So the vibe is there's one more thing I want to do here. Just before I finish, and I just thought of this. I have a grid that contains some divs. Can you give me a CSS class that can be applied to a box in a div? When applied, I want the box to spin in a clockwise direction using ease in and ease out. I want it, let me see. I want it to perform the box to perform 2 complete rotations in 1 second. Then I want the box to settle and be in its original position. If JavaScript is required, please show me the JavaScript too. Okay, this is our last thing. It's just a wee bit of fun. Okay. Okay, so we've got it. So we've got a wee bit of mad CSS. Let's see if we can do this. It will be cool if it works. No, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Now, here we've got a wee bit of JavaScript. Okay. So, last thing of the day, and it's just a bit of stupid fun. Alright, now what we'll do is we'll select one of these boxes. Let's do this one. So I'm going to inspect that. Let's copy the selector. Okay. Let's do a reset timeout. It'd be good if this worked. Just a wee bit of fun, you know. Ha ha ha, it works. That is so cool. That is the coolest thing ever. I'm loving that. It's the simple things in life. Here we go again. So you see that wee spin? That's excellent. Now, I want to bring up ChatGPT again. Oh, did I lose it? Oh no, it's here. Okay. Okay. No, that was CSS. This is so great, isn't it? And you know, I feel like I'm cheating the system here. This is the kind of thing that ChatGPT is really good at. There it is. So there's our CSS now updated. So what do? We head over here and we go like that. Okay, so that's now this pulse effect that we've got. Then we take this spin baby spin thing, and all you have to do save. Okay, here we go. So watch this. Now imagine you've just uploaded a picture. How cool is that? That is so cool. Okay, now let's do something else. I'm just so into this stuff. Okay. I'm gonna just I love wee things like that, you know? I should have been into, like, I don't know, game development or something. It brings a joy to my heart, you know? So here we go, we'll have two of these things now. Let's check it out, watch out for the spin effect. It's really good, isn't it? So that's me, that'll do me for now. Let's check out the spins. Now just imagine you've uploaded, so it does that. Something else. Don't know, we need something else. We need something else. Okay. Let's take this color. Yeah, let's take that color. And here's what we are gonna do. When we do this spin baby spin thing, let's say const box parent is box dot parent node, and then we're gonna say here we go. So now it changes the box color. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to say Okay, that might be stupid. Let's try that again. Okay. Oh no, that's not what we do. That's it. Okay, so let's copy that. So we're going to take this out. We're going to say box parent class list add blinking border. Then we're going to go to CSS. Okay, so here we go. Alright, so border color is that. All right. Okay, here we go. That's it. That's good. So then, finally, on our thing here, so we see box, aye, const, no, box parent dot class list dot remove blinking border. So that means that we get this, so it spins, then it's solid. That's brilliant. That is really, really great. I'm loving that. I'm really liking that. So I'm trying to do the groundwork here for a really cool image uploader, you know. So boom, we've uploaded. That's what's going to happen. Okay. I'm just having too much fun here. I'm gonna do just one more thing. I don't know if I've got time. I just had another idea. And the other idea was okay, you see how we've got this draw uploaded images? And right around here, okay, so suppose we said grid box, add event listener, click. When we click, we're going to take an event object, choose this picture. Now let's just say TP, choose this picture to make sure it's unique, and we'll pass in our event. Right, so suppose we then say function this. Now what we're going to do next is we're going to get all of those children elements. Well, let me have a look here. So if we say right, I've totally got time to do this. So I'm going to say const TP uploaded images grid is document, get element by ID, that one. Now I'm going to say const so now we're going to say for, and we're going to loop through. So we're looping through these, and we're going to say const this box is if this box does not equal event.target, then this box remove. Okay, let's try that as a little experiment. I've just got another idea for an animation, you know. TG open TG media manager is not defined. 561. Alright, we've got one too many of these. Okay, here we go again. Here we go again. So if we do that, so you can see the spinning thing kicking in. And if I select one of these, cannot read children, what the heck is that all about? Oh, it's get, of course, it's get elements by class name, and because that's an array, it will be the first one. Here we go again. So when we go like this, and if we click on one of these pictures, what the hell? Well, that's a bit weird, to say the least. And I think I know what the issue is. I think we need to do one of those improved native loops like this. Okay, so we do that, and here we say uploaded blah 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 blah, like that. Now I think that one's gonna work. You miserable thing. Five, 6, 2. Okay. So here we go again. Now, if I click on one of these, oh damn it. All right. Okay, well, I'll figure it out anyway. I think that that's going to do us, you know. I think I've put in a few hours today, and this whole thing needs work, clearly. But we are on the verge of having a really beautiful image uploader here. And the plan with this is that we're going to make it so that when you upload an image, you'll see this happening. So it's going to do a wee spin like that. And then when you choose an image, all of the other images are going to disappear. They might even fall off the page, you know, as if they're falling off a ledge. And then the sounds crazy, but the box is then going to shrink slowly. So it's going to just like shrink, and then the selected picture is going to go to the center and get bigger. Then details about the picture will appear on the screen, and you'll have a button to upload or cancel or whatever, add it to the page or cancel, and that's how it's going to work. And it's going to be fantastic. So I'm going to build that tomorrow, and with the image thing added, I mean, I'm going to spend a whole day on that. So we will have a perfect image uploader for this. And then when that's happened, we're going to integrate our ChatGPT thing. You're then going to be able to describe an image that you'd like to have. And that is going to be really, really cool. I'm loving it. So that's it. I think that we're doing okay here. We've done a whole lot today. If you look at the start of the stream and then look at where we are now, there is absolutely no question that we have made progress. You can see our headlines are looking fantasticola. You can see that we've got our YouTube video feature needs a wee bit of work actually, but it's reasonably functional. We have, of course, got our picture thing that we're working on. That's going to be great when it's done. And yeah, that'll be just awesome, you know. So that's going to do us for this live stream. I cannot stop working on this, but that is indeed us. Thank you very much indeed. I hope you've enjoyed this and got something from it. If you were coding and working on something yourself, I hope I managed to keep you going, you know, because the old saying applies. Never code alone. You don't have to code alone. You can come right on here and we're always glad to see you, you know. So that'll do us. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Sometimes, well, you just know. You just know when you're on to something good. And I'm kind of getting that feeling here. One other wee thing. When we hover over that, I'm going to say cursor pointer. That truly is my last thing today. Because we have to let them know that stuff happens, right? So here we go. We do that. We'll see a wee spinneroonie. So that's what will happen after you upload something. Okay, but when you hover, do you know what? Okay, that'll be fine actually. That's it. So here's our image uploader again. You'll see the wee spin. I'm just testing that thing out. That's how it's going to go when you upload. We'll figure it out. When you hover, you do that. When you click, it's going to make the other ones disappear. Then the picture's going to zoom up. Then it's going to display image information. The modal thing is going to go narrow. And that's what's going to happen. When you hit this modal is going to close like that. A new one's going to appear with the kind of ChatGPT logo and stuff going on. And you're going to describe a picture. It's going to generate it. Then you're going to hit add, and it's going to add the picture to the page. Okay, thank you. You're all a bunch of lightweights. I'll see you soon.